Hello, stream 149. So I'm doing something a bit different today, and it's going to be working on the journal of my game server. In the last couple of weeks, I've been mostly focused on email stuff. Hey there, Nui. And I think we're pretty much done with the email stuff. I'm pretty comfortable with the way it is. We have a nice rate-limited queue. It sends out nice, fancy templated emails. So I'm moving on to another step towards getting the game platform set up. And that is journal compacting and snapshots. So to give you an idea of what the journal looks like right now, let me show you the journal. So every single change to the state of the game is going to be a line here, which is basically a JSON object that describes what change to make. And some of them are quite long. For example, queuing an email here, 2,400 characters long. So eventually this journal gets really long, and every time you start up a server, it takes longer and longer to replay the journal to build the in-memory state of the game. And so one of the things that hold on a second. I should have had this ready to show. What kind of streamer am I? One of the things that the raft algorithm, which is linked to from there, talks about is log compaction. I think that's here, it's chapter 7. As raft's log grows during normal operation, it can't grow without bound. The longer it gets, occupies more space, takes more time to replay, eventually causes availability problems. So this is the stuff I want to avoid, right? So snapshotting is the simplest approach to compaction. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Snapshotting, the current system state is written to a snapshot in stable storage. Then the entire log before that point is discarded. So they talk about their own implementations of Raft here. That's fine. So they talk about other approaches. And they show here the basic idea behind snapshotting. So instead of capturing all 7 log entries, you would take the first 5 and reduce that to a single entry, somewhat larger, which is a snapshot that basically discards all the intermediate steps. So here, entries 1 and 2 are discarded because Y was changed to 9 at 3 and X was changed to 0 at 5. And there are a couple extra things you have to include here. The last included index and term is something the raft algorithm needs. But besides those, all you really need to do is take a snapshot of what you have, which I already have in my game. I just need to serialize it to put it into the file system. So they don't actually do much in the white paper here other than describe that you should do that and that you should include the last included index and term. And they talk about how you can add an RPC type to the algorithm to transmit snapshots, but it's pretty standard stuff. You just send the raw data as an array of bytes, and you include the things the raft needs. And that's how you get a snapshot from one server to another. They talk about that as they talk. Hold on a second. Where was it? Hold on, I want to find this. Aha, here we go. They say the snapshotting approach, sorry about the zoom thing, it departs from their usual strong leader principle where followers, since followers can take snapshots without knowledge of the leader, and that is because the rest of the algorithm talks about the leader does everything and the followers just make copies. So in this case, the snapshotting allows all servers to make their own independent snapshots. So I'm going to do what they recommend. Data is still flowing only from leaders to followers because the original data comes from the leaders. So all that we're doing, like the saying, is the followers are just reorganizing their data. So yeah, you can read more here, but essentially that's the core of it. That we can reduce the log down to a single unit that's slightly bigger than a normal journal entry. And I'm inclined to actually take the snapshot and save in a separate file, since the format between a snapshot and a log entry can be probably significantly different. The idea I had was, right now there's a game.journal. I'm going to turn game into a number, and every time we make a snapshot, increment the number, and in addition to the .journal file, I'll have a .snapshot file. You You hate it when people use Microsoft's Reader for PDFs when you can just use Chrome, Firefox, Opera, etc. I think it's just I'm used to it. Back in my day, we didn't have anything else to read PDFs. We had to use my Acrobat Reader. Sorry about that. It's just old habits. Okay. So in addition to the journal, we're going to have a snapshot file, and then we're going to have a sequence number. Because let me talk about this in my notes. My intention is to have, every time we make a snapshot in the game, to start a new journal. So we'll always be holding on to two journal files, main and next. The main journal is like the one we already have. It holds the very latest entries. The next one is started whenever we start a new snapshot, because I expect it takes a while to serialize a snapshot. It could lag behind, but when it catches up, the main journal can be retired, because the next journal will start with a snapshot and thus be smaller. And so every time we do a catch-up and the main journal is retired, I think I want to actually hold it on for backup. I'm just checking to see that you can still see that even though it's at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, okay. Hold the old journals for backup, and the next journal becomes the main, and then we start a new next. So I don't know if I'll get that far today. This is pretty much the design that I thought of last night, and I don't know, this might take all week. We'll see. The first step, though, is we need to actually make a serializable object holding a complete state of the game. So configuration already is serializable. So I just need to add serialization for these three kinds of objects, and we'll be set, right? We'll be ready to go. Hey there, Romani and Bugfound. How's it going? So yeah, I'm going to be serializing the game state that is accumulated from the journal so that we can form it into a snapshot. So yeah, let me take a look first at configuration. Configuration. Configuration is what's actually in here. Okay, it's got a publish subscribe model, but the real data is stored here and here. And I think the way I did this is I had the executor just write them. Yeah, so whenever the configuration changes, we actually store them. Yeah, when we load, we read them. So I'm thinking the stuff right here, like write to the file, I will be moving that into the configuration. Another thing I'm thinking about is, since these are going to go together into the snapshot, I'm inclined to just have them inherit a common interface, and one of the methods of the interface would be read from file, write to file, or maybe just read, serialize, deserialize. So yeah, let's get started on that. Configuration test. I believe this doesn't deal with files. Yeah, so I'm going to add the concept of files here. That's what I'm going to do. So configuration tests, serialize. The idea is that we'll start with a configuration object, we'll ask it to serialize, and then we should get out what we put in. Because configuration is just a JSON object already, it should be real simple. Okay, there are initial settings. Okay, that's great. So we don't even have to arrange anything. We just act const auto serialization equals configuration.serialize assert expect equal. The initial settings is what we should get back out. Real simple. And then let's just do deserialize while we're at it. Deserialize, it's the opposite direction. So we'll say configuration.deserialize initial settings. And then when we get the configuration out, it should match those initial settings. Actually, hold on. It's not just one JSON, right? It's two. We have the settings, and then we have the next settings. Should probably do both, right? Let me think about that. Ultimately, I want the settings and the next settings to go in two different files. So config.json is where the settings go, and then there's like a next config JSON where the next configuration. That's when we're supporting dual configuration when we're transitioning from one configuration to the next. Hey there, Jamaica. So we see that in the Executor, I believe. Yeah, this is provisional config file. New config, that's what I named it. Yeah. I guess technically we really have two configurations, right? But they do go together. And the names of the files, okay, really, the serialization isn't talking about files. You know what I could do? I can just have serialize can return a collection. So I can do something like this. Let's make it a vector. Centered vector strings. Strings? What if we make the serialization always a JSON value? You finally can completely parse and check your generalized bindings. Great. Now you need to work on your intermediate language. Is it intermediate language, or does I stand for something else? I tried to remember what terms stand for, so that's why I not just spell out IL, but I try to say what I think they stand for. Intermediate language. Hey there, 85 filter. I'm a little tongue-tied this morning. For me, I think it just takes like a half an hour to an hour before I get like fully in motion and not stuttering. So my apologies, folks. It takes me a little bit of time to wind up. Okay, so what format do I want to serialize all my game data in? I was gonna write string here, but actually I'm thinking it might be more prudent to just use JSON values. That way when we're yeah, why not? They're easier to deal with. Need to get back to caffeine, yeah. No thanks. Don't enjoy the headaches, the dependency and all that. Okay, let's go with JSON, and then so we're gonna allow game objects to have multiple JSON values when they serialize. And the idea behind that is they could go into different files. So initial settings, and then I had like the next settings. Here we go. Next settings. So deserialize should do the same thing. Initial settings, next settings. And when we should get the initial settings, and when there's like a get next, right? Get next, we should get next settings. Okay, there we go. Let's go to configuration. Where are you, configuration? There you are. Yeah, time difference is pretty great. Hey there, Isley. It's going okay, although I'm starting to realize for the first hour of my stream, I get tongue-tied and stuttering, and I can't see as well. You know, maybe I'll just blame it on getting older. So yeah, I'm still kind of waking up. Yeah, so I'm adding a requirement on all my game objects that they can serialize and to reduce to a vector JSON values, and that that is reversible. I can reverse that to, I'm calling that deserialize. Just warming up on the tongue. I'm sure there are tricks that public speakers do. I need to learn them. Kind of like singers when they're about to go perform, they warm up their voice. I probably need to learn those same tricks. Yeah, I need to do that. Those are good habits that I should have. Okay, those are the public methods. What I intend to do here is have it implement an abstract interface. Let's call it a game object. Game object? Sure, why not? Call it a game object. So virtual, what are we calling it? Do I want to take that type and put it there, or give that type a name? I think I want to give it a name, so it would be auto. Oh, no, I don't have to say auto here. Serializations? Serialize. Override, right? And then deserialize is the opposite. It doesn't return anything. And we can pass it in. Okay, so that I do things in reverse. It's part of my getting used to doing test-driven development. So again, next step would be to include the right header. While I'm at it, let me update the header guard. Okay, let's establish that header file. I'll take another peer interface file and duplicate it. Game object pragma once. This is 2019. Okay, this is the interface to something. This is the interface to an object which holds some part of the state of the game. Yeah, essentially. And here are the required methods. Oops, multi-cursor. Okay. Let's have some types and some methods. I do out of habit, I do that. You don't have to do that. That's just something I'm used to doing. So using standard vector JSON value. Oh, I forgot to put the name in here. Serializations equals that. So for that, I need JSON value and vector. And let's add it to the build system. Include realm server. Where is it fitting? After Executor, right there. Game object. Don't strictly need to rerun CMake because it's just a header, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, so let's implement those. Configuration. Put that there and there and there. Turn that into that. And for this, I'm going to do this trick. So I don't have to say the name of the class twice. So right now, we'll just do the minimum to get it to compile. Just so I can run the unit tests. Thanks for the follow. Thomas Powell. Vocalizing. Yes, stretching those vocal cords. I also need to work on my typing. I'm making a lot more mistakes. I think I'm just getting sloppy with my typing. I'm not as good as people who can type really fast without any errors. Okay, so the unit test. Oh, what order will it sort me in this day? Actually, it doesn't sort it at all, right? So it's, where did it put it today? Here. There we go. Actually, deserialize works. Oh, okay, that's a problem. We need to start with a whole new object that doesn't have a setup, so let's just do this. I need to make it fail. Gosh, dagnabbit. Oh, I got rid of that handy button. That button's more trouble than it's worth. I'll show you what it looked like, in case you didn't see it. It was this Test Explorer code lens. It gives buttons here where I can just run it again. But the problem is when you add lines, it doesn't anchor it properly. I think that's a bug. It should know that I've added lines, I think. So I tend to turn that off. Cool. Invalid JSON. Okay, because it's there's nothing in it. All right. Let's implement it. It's real easy. We just return impl settings, impl next settings. And in this end, it's impl settings equals serializations 0. Next settings is serializations 1. But I have to be careful about the length here. If serialization's size is greater than or equal to 1, let's just do it this way. There we go. There's a sort setting. Huh. I didn't know that. Let's do that. You're saying it's in Test Explorer. Oh, look at that. Is it just off by default? Yeah, I don't. Why would you ever want them in order by the receiver or the adapter? It's giving it to you in arbitrary order. By label, right? It probably wants me to reload it, right? Yeah, look at that. Oh, no, that was bookmarks. Why did it want to reload? Anyway, well, let's see if it fixed it. Fixed it. Ah, thank you, Bugfound. You're the best. Weird setting. Yeah, the default. I think that should be the default. Why would you care about the adapter order? All right, nice. Okay, Bugfound. The real challenge is to fix this problem where I run the tests and then I make some random change, maybe no change at all, and the moment I build, the previous test results go poof. That started happening to me a couple weeks ago. And it bugs me because I don't see why it needs to remove the previous test results just because I built. Hey there, Zach. It makes you wish you could easily program C++. Guess you'll stick to C# and Python? Well, you don't have to stick to C# and Python. If you delete this, it will stop working. And I E8. Great one. I love finds like that. Yeah, so you think that's a bug then, that it strips out the old test results every time you build? Because yeah, it didn't do that previously. All right. Time to check that little bit in, I guess, and we'll work on the next component. Let me garbage collect first. Then GUI. GUI! Okay, there we go. So add iGame object and have configuration implemented. All right. So the next one is players. This is going to be fun. We're going to serialize all the players. The players tests we go. C++ is too confusing? You could start with something simpler. C++ is a warty language, as in it's got warts. Because it's been developed over many, many, many years, it has old syntax and new syntax, and sometimes they're mixed together. Best way to understand it is to pick something small for the first bit. Like, what's something really small that I made? Oh, I don't know. Maybe URIs? Right, so here's a class that has just normal getters and setters. So the getters return some property, and they're usually constant. So you can use it on a URI that's immutable. And then here are the setters, where it's the opposite direction. So some of the warts here show up that if you want to say pass by constant reference, you say const, and you have to put a reference there. You have to get involved with whether you're passing by value or passing by reference. Whereas in a lot of other languages, you don't need to get involved because the usual semantics are just kind of baked in. So you just say that it's a string called scheme, and you don't have to worry about saying it's const and that it's a reference. So, but if you get used to the decorations that are typically used in C++, it kind of, after a while, you kind of stop noticing. And you, when I read this, I only see that there's something that doesn't return anything and is given a string. And to me, if I didn't see that, it would stand out as being a little bit unusual. It's like, oh, we're making a copy of that string every time we call this function. Or if the constant is there, that stands out to me as there's something missing. Oh, what's missing is the that we're an input. It's not just an input, it's also an output. So stuff like that. The code for that doesn't look too bad, I hope. Those getters and setters. So like, what if I go to the set path? Yeah, so set path is just taking the input and storing it somewhere. And there's an additional little goo that I have called the impl, which is the pointer to implementation. This is, again, part of the warts of the language, that in the declaration of the type in this header file, if I just want to show the public API and not the internal private stuff, I have to kind of obfuscate where it's stored by making an opaque type and then having a pointer to it, so that the actual variables are stored in the CPP file, not the HPP file, in this inner structure. So stuff like that, it's just following a pattern. So in this case, it's the pimple pattern. So if you get familiar with some of the common patterns that are used, it becomes a bit easier to understand. And another problem, I guess, is not everyone uses the same patterns. So you might not see this used in many places. A lot of times people just put the private properties of a class in the public API, because that's just the way it was done for many years, even though it's kind of gross. So yeah, I understand that it's really hard to get used to C++. It's because of all the warts, of all the ways that the language has evolved over time, but I think you'd get used to it after a while. On reload null. Hold on, I missed a bunch of chat. Oh, right. Steve's right. See, the memory management in C++ can get confusing because you have many different kinds of memory, where in C# it's really only a lot. Actually, you have the same kinds of things in C#, they're just more hidden. Shared pointers, unique pointers. Yeah, there are more ways to do referencing. Super warty, yeah. Try making your own language like John Meg is doing, exactly. Yeah, R value references is just another level of crud on top of the language, right? Oh, try test explorer on reload null. I guess we can do that. Test explorer. Oh, wait a minute. That looks promising. And the default is reset. Oh, there we go. Ooh. See, BugFound is like the best viewer in here. Usually, he's always finding these nice solutions to all the problems. What would I do without BugFound? I guess my bugs would go unfound more often than not. No, well, that didn't work, but that's okay. So that didn't seem to have any effect. Unless maybe I need to reload. Let's reload anyway. Reload. I thought it was here somewhere. Wasn't reload under help? I guess it was under... Where the heck is reload? Okay, I'm not going to search for it. I'll just say reload. Reload, sure. Okay. Hey there, Ramy. Wowee, look who's here. He's got all of the EJ memorabilia. He's got the left and the right. And I haven't quite decided, is it EJ giving you a stop right there, look, or is he just waving with both hands? I'm not sure. Configuration. So I've run the test once. Now I'm going to change something and then build again and see what happens. No, it still goes away. Oh well, it was worth a try. Was worth a try. Okay, I got off track a little bit, didn't I? I was gonna go to players test. Yeah. EJ wants you to stop, and he wants you to stop and say hi. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, serialize. Here we go, and we're gonna have a deserialize too. So did the setup actually set something up? I think it did. It has one player. And it adds one. Let's add the second one in the test so they have two. I like to have two, not just one. Arrange. So we'll add player 2. So now it's player ready player 2 as well as 1. Actually, let's just copy the act part. So I don't have to keep retyping it. Only the names change. And then we can just change the assert here. We'll get some vector JSON. Actually, I could put the name directly in here, can't I? Let's see. Would it look ugly if I do I game object? I guess so, because I have to say realm server. Serializations. Let's do that anyway, in case I change the type later. So, what do I get out? I don't know yet. Let's do the deserialize first. Players. Deserialize something. Oh, I've seen that before. Shelmega. I like the little picture next to it. You know where I've seen this kind of BS before? It was in the Android source code. At the I don't really want to name names, but let's just say a company that I might have worked at in the past would do this kind of thing all the time, and it's caused by, a lot of the times, it's caused by automated tools. When developers think that they're being smart and give automated tools the power to make and merge branches like hourly, and let's say there are no changes, but they'd say, oh, we need to make a branch, and at the end of the hour, we need to merge it. You'll have all these useless merge commits that if you looked at them, they essentially do nothing. And they just pile on top of each other. It's just disgusting. But yeah, Android source tree would do that a lot. It is real. Sorry, John Mega. If you ever look at the Android source code, well, I don't know if maybe when Google gets it, they clean it up. But at the company I don't want to name, that you could probably figure it out, but they just did that routinely. They would have so many branches created by automated tools that you get email threads from people complaining that it took hours to clone because of all the downloading of all the branches. They'd never delete the branches either. You have hundreds of thousands of branches that were just hourly merges that have accumulated over years. It was insane. Okay, so okay, what do I want to expect? Something simple, right? So on both ends, right? One object, which will have what? I guess it depends on what players has. What does players have? It's just got the records, right? So it's going to be a map. So naturally fits this, doesn't it? It's just a player, it's just a map is a JSON object, right? Player one name. How come my syntax highlighting isn't working here? I wonder if that broke it. Most of the time it takes someone to stand up and say it needs to change. Let me tell you, people would do that. And you know what would happen? They would get ignored. Or the best case, they would get a director to sort of sponsor them and say, yes, we need to change things. And one of two things would happen. Either they would just take that same shit and recycle it into just different looking shit. So some other CRM system that just had some other problem, or they would just be crushed by other directors saying, look, that just costs us time. We don't have time to waste. Get back to work. So I think the political machine was just too big for any one person to stand up and change stuff. Are those merges referenced by master? Just deleting the branches wouldn't really help because they're still referenced indirectly. It would help because you wouldn't have to download the list of branches anymore. The branches are really just labels when you think about it. The commits would remain, possibly, but commits are pretty lightweight compared to a branch label, especially the fact that they would pick branch labels that were like 80 to 100 characters long, right? Where a commit, actually, I guess a commit is also a little bit big. So to really clean it up, you kind of don't even want to make the merge commits in the first place if there really was nothing to merge. Yeah. I mean, maybe they've improved since. It's been a while, but it was pretty bad. What do I want to put here? I guess we're putting player record in here. That's another JSON object. So I guess we're doing the same thing here. So it's going to be whatever is in the player record. Squash them all, yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, people were making tools to work with Git, and they only had like the slimmest understanding of how Git worked. And so they would just do the incredibly foolish things with it. Yeah, we should just always create a merge commit, even if nothing changed. No, please no. Not like this. Should I just mirror it exactly so I'd have an auth? Actually, I think I might retire this auth data and just squash everything. So really just gets reduced to stuff like this hash. Do I even need the full thing? I should probably do that, yeah. So a hash and then some kind of hash. I don't know. Hashes are great. Doesn't have to be a real hash. Oh, wait a minute. If I actually deal with real hashes, oh, I do. It's oh no, that's a login token. Is some such token. Oh, that's empty. Okay, so I'm gonna get empty there. Excuse me a sec. The frog in my throat. Ribbit. Oh, I should pin that file. I keep forgetting to pin files. I can't get back to them easily. Player record pin that. Okay. Hash. Let's just get all the fields out. Hash salt iterations. Algorithm. Login token. IP address for login token. Login token expiry. Email. The email. Password reset token. Creation time. There's a lot of things in a player record that have built up already. And I haven't even made inventory the inventory system yet. Do we need to serialize these? I actually don't think we need to. Well, hold on. We might, because you might get a snapshot that holds the fact that you've logged in, and so you've logged in longer than the snapshot has existed. So I think I do want that. Stack Overflow post from 2010 complaining that 600 kilobytes for a web page is too big. It would take too long to download. 200 megabytes? What kind of node module is that big? 200 megabytes is too big for a web page, even today. I'm sorry. No, not hey Siri, I said sorry. No, stop it, Siri. Jeez. Feels bad, man. Triggering Siri. Too much. Okay, permanent ban, temporary ban expiry. Okay, this is a false. 0.0. Ban explanation. Time, yeah. Time next email may be sent. Makes me want to actually populate these fields with something. And then events. I haven't used that yet, but let's put it in there. This is an easy one though, because it's just embedding an array. JSON array. Would I recommend Windows 10 or Linux for Linux C++? Yeah, I'm with Steve. I don't think it matters. Use whichever one you're comfortable with. If you're equally comfortable in both, I suggest Windows, but only because I believe Visual Studio is still the best overall tool set. But that's a very opinionated opinion. Opinionated opinion, that's sort of redundant. Okay, I'm going to fill in some of the stuff, right? Didn't I, let's bookmark this. Didn't I set an email up? Yeah, I did. So player one email. Actually, I should do this, shouldn't I? For all of these places. Let's just do, I know, I'll do a little clever search replace thing. within selection, replace regular expression, I guess would be handy here, comma, space, and then something. Replace that with comma, space, player one dot something. We'll put in the something in a minute. Wouldn't that be more intelligent for me to do? Oops. I should have just thought of that. Then I can just control it from the setup. A little bit tedious. Actually, I could have made that part of the regular expression. Oh, anyway, I'm done by now. I don't know about that. There have been signs that they're trying to make stuff cross-platform, but I think Visual Studio is a bit entrenched in Windows. I mean, there's Visual Studio for Mac, which is really Xamarin Studio. It would be cool if they did completely port everything. Yeah, the problem, Steve, is it's really Xamarin Studio with a name slapped on top, right? So it's essentially just the mono stuff, right? So C# only. It doesn't have all the warts of C++ and other things. Okay, I think I want to do the same thing with player 2 now. Let's change all these to 2s. I think that's what I want to do, right? I just want to have that in both places. And then the assert is that we get out player 1. If we ask to get player 1 name, and that's 2. Actually, let's just copy that over and replace the 1 with the 2. Because get returns, oh wait, no, I didn't have a get. I did it with the indexer, which I already regret. I might actually go there and add a get at some point. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Microsoft goes to great lengths to make their stuff non-standard. To the point where like they do ridiculous things like they did with WinSock. They took BSD sockets and just slapped a W in front of everything. I mean, come on, guys. Oh, okay. These are an auth right now, right? Let me fix that. Auth dot. Clicky clicky. Auth dot. Actually, I just put that in my clipboard, right? Paste. Paste. Okay. Okay, I think those are good. So, just need to have players inherit that interface and then implement it. So, include I game object. Players is a game object now. And I can steal from configuration, can't I? This part. Paste there, and then can I do the same thing for the CPP? Sure, why not? Copy pasta. Where should it go though? After subscribe, yeah, right there. Okay. So what are we returning? We're actually going to loop through. So we're going to make serialization JSON object and return that. And then we're going to loop through. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I was using a lock here for thread safety. I should do that. Because why not? Because this, I noticed this thing does the same thing. So same thing. Now it's somewhat thread safe. So for, I have a loop here somewhere as well, right? Yeah, here we go. So for every record in records, we're going to add something, right? So serialization record dot first equals JSON object. It has 3 more letters. Yeah, totally different. Exactly. Yeah, well, it's mostly the same on all Unix. There's slight differences, right? It's just that Windows just, for no good reason, like, renamed everything. I mean, they even have their own types. D-word? Come on. D-word. D-word. Everyone knows a word is 16 bits. Come on, Microsoft. If people now type F in chat, you'll just follow it the JS way with... I don't understand that. But I'm going to type F anyway. Because I'm devious. D word. Ugh. What face? All right. Is this part of your language, Jalmega? Yeah, quad word. Yeah, Q word. Tests. I think I can just save myself some time and just copy this, right? I think so. Because I can just change player 1 in all these places to record.second. Right? And then deserialize. We're going to keep that part of it. So we're basically blowing away all the records when we do this. Impl records clear. And then for let's just get a const auto. Oh, thanks for the follow, Valentine. Or Valentine. Serial, I'm trying to make it sort of match serialize. So serialization, it's the same word, right? It's serializations 0, and then num players is serialization get size, because it's expected to be an array. Actually, it's not an array. I made it an object. Okay, so I can do that. So it's not get size then. It's get keys. And it's a vector, so we're looping through. So for const auto key in keys, impl records. Excuse me, hold on. Excuse me. Records, it's just a map, right? So we can insert the key equals standard move player. Let's make a player. Player record player. And I need to invert all of this stuff. I wonder if I can do this with a clever sequence of search replaces. I take that. First thing I want to do, oh yeah, select all. Within the selection, we'll just right now turn record.second into record. And let's get the record out. So const auto record is serialization key. Actually, it's the other way around, isn't it? That's the record. And this is the serialized record. Without a registry, where'd you put your settings? Actually, I didn't think the registry was such a bad thing. It's just a different way of organizing the same information. I guess the big fault of it was that it was so sensitive to damage, and it was so obscure in how you access it. If they had just made it one huge INI file, which I think they did in early versions of DOS or Windows, then you could at least open it and edit it. And, you know, if I would do it, I would just make it so that if you ever try to save that file, it just went through the correct motions to update the settings, right? Yeah, sensitive to damage if you put all your eggs in one basket, right? Not a good thing. But even that, you could control that. Every time you hit save, maybe it would make sure you only saved one thing and you didn't damage everything else. Hives, yeah. Oh well. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I'm gonna turn this around now. I think I'll do it with a really cool regular expression. Oops, I completely messed that up. I always forget when I hit Control H, I have to immediately hit the find in selection, and then I can do my stuff. So we're gonna say we're replacing quote and then a bunch of stuff, end quote, comma space, and then a bunch of other stuff, comma. We're replacing that with $2 equals serialized record index $1. Look at that. I'm a wizard. And then move the record into the records. Yeah, so this can become a very expensive operation, which is why I'm designing a whole system around having this done by a worker thread offloaded from the main from all the other threads. But we're only really going to serialize and deserialize when we make snapshots or load from snapshots, so it shouldn't be that often. Let's test it. Yeah, you know how to destroy things on Unix, right? Sudo rm-rf/. Pretty much the same thing as deleting the system32 folder, right? How come this didn't compile? What did I do wrong? I didn't have any problem with that. Oh, C++ and your error messages. This is like, when people say C++, they can't get into it, it's too complicated. I think that they're correct when they look at stuff like this and trying to figure out what went wrong. What it's doing is the compiler is just too stupid to give us an indication of where our problem really was. It just, when it gets to this file and that line number, it's like, I don't know. I am having this problem. I don't know how I got there. A good compiler would say, okay, that's in the header file for a library. So probably that isn't the real issue. The real issue, it's usually when you get down to an actual CPP file, that's the real issue. And I mean, they've taken steps towards it. They give you that in the context. They say, well, look at that line and note the template you're using. But you know, let's make that more prominent. And this BS up here doesn't matter so much. Oh well, that's my rant of the day. So yeah, I'm sort of now accustomed to when I see walls of text error messages like this, and I see header files, I just like, that's header stuff, I don't care. I look for the CPP reference. That's my starting point. So my starting point is line 617 of my tests. And a lot of the times when the error messages are so much walls of text, I just don't even look at it. I'm like, I'll just look at that line and try to figure out what I did wrong. Like select player 1, which is a record for... Oh, records aren't comparable. That's why. Shoot. That means I have to compare every single entry, doesn't it? Oh, well. We can do that. we can use our nifty, handy dandy, regular expression knowledge, right? So let's turn that into a bunch of expects. Let's get the indentation correct first. And then, oh look, I already had the regular expression in there. What a coincidence. So it'll be expect equal 1 for, no, it's 2. For players, player 1 name dot 2. I need to adjust this a little bit. So let's take player 1 dot out of that. Let's try that. Almost got it right. I'll just do a fix up here. I think it was, did we map that to Alt L? Yeah, we did. Alt L, take off this cursor, add that cursor, and then go back 1 and put a parentheses. Oh, all of these needed to have player 1. Right, so how was this? Is it Alt down? Shift down? I can't remember. Select or add. Control Alt down arrow. Control Alt down arrow. Exactly. Okay. So this needed a player 1 dot. Okay. That's what I want. And then the same thing for 2. So copy that, paste. So within here, change 1 to 2. 1 becomes 2. There we go. What now? Ooh, that's a tool issue. I've come to understand when that happens, you just try again. Actually, it looks like I had to try a third time. See, when it succeeds just by retrying, that just tells me it's a tool issue. See, GCC and Clang can give fix hints, so that's a step in the right direction, I guess. Uh-oh, Gel Mega gave the dreaded destroy all command. You should not do that, ever. Never do that. So GCC and Clang put the real error at the top? Okay, yeah, so it's just Microsoft that needs to catch up, I guess. All right, let's run the tests. Right, so nothing works, which is what I expected. It's run on an even nanosecond. So what, 50% of the time? Yeah, but Gelmega, if you're on a shell like git bash, even on Windows, now you'll destroy your git environment if you do that. Okay. Oh, I actually implemented it, so there is a real problem. So what's the problem in serialize? Which is serialization, which is that. Uh-oh. What's the difference? What is the difference there? Is it going to make me take that and put it into a diff tool? I think the login token is what's the problem. Yeah, because the setup did that, right? The setup screwed me over. Oh, where is it? In the test, right? It did that. So, I think I can deal with that. That's on the serialized side, right? So that's a modification to player 1. So the server ID is that now. Client ID is 1. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? I can just make that part of the arrange, right? Yeah, just do that. This should fix it. Okay, serialize works. Deserialize is still broken though. No, Siri. Go away. Iterations is not correct. I think that's like all ones or something. Or uninitialized. Oh yeah, Windows subsystem for Linux. Yeah. Let's not destroy our computers today, okay? I wonder if it's the same problem. I think it is. So it's the same arrange, right? Player 1 equals player 1 name. So the compares are correct. No? Still a problem. It's only on auth iterations. Maybe I had a problem specific to that field. Iterations. Iterations. Hold on. It's both player 1 and 2. Oh, I wonder if it's because the size is so large. This was a size T. Right, and JSON only handles ints. Okay, that's probably what it is. I really shouldn't have a random number there to begin with. Let's fix that in the setup. Let's make it 1,000 for both of these guys. That shouldn't screw up any other tests, I hope. Actually, you know what? That should just have a default. Yeah, let's fix it that way. Let's not set them here. Let's put them in the defaults here. Player record. This ought to have a default. Yeah, okay, that was a problem. Everything else, every other built-in, or every other primitive type has a default there. Hey there, Cthulhu. How's it going? Just working on making all the objects in my game serializable so that I can make snapshots. And working on the player records right now, which is working. We are working. Time to check that in. Let's check in that bug separately. So, player record, initialize iterations field. And now players is a serializable game object. Yay! Make players a implement iGame object. Hooray! And there was much rejoicing. Yeah. I know. I'll get to the graphical stuff. Dagnabbit. One of these days. Well, the target is still April, so I should have shown you guys this. I'm making progress. Here, let me show you guys. Where's my Firefox with my Trello? Here it is. I did some stuff last night. I got through some of these. Look at that. I checked off reCAPTCHA keys configurable, admin keys configurable. And I've been working on this in the background too. I'm working on this one today, probably for the rest of this week. And this is all just legal stuff. So whenever I feel like doing legal stuff, I'll get these 4 checked off. And then I'm ready to start doing the graphical stuff. Oops, I don't need to mean to copy that. I'm getting close. Give me a chance. Hey there, Said Who. How's it going? And hey there, Hamada. All right. Deep breath. Where's my notebook? Tickets are next. Okay. I think the tickets are going to be easier. I know. You're busting my chops. But it's good. It gets me motivated to want to get it to that graphical stage. When I actually switch from stage 1 to stage 2 in this development, I'm doing the graphical stuff. I'll probably make it a special kind of stream. All right, so where was the tickets? I think I've been wanting to rename that. I've been calling it mod queue or so. Yeah, mod queue. I really wanted to call it tickets. Do I want to change that now? Anyway, this is a map of JSON values, which is what I've picked for my serialization unit. So it should be really simple to make that serializable, right? Where are the tests from? Here they are. So let's just duplicate what I had for tests in players. Yeah. And so duplicate those tests and paste them down here. And change player tests to mod queue tests. Okay, so it's mod queue. Do I need to do anything in this setup? No. I think I want to add a couple example tickets. Didn't I have some convenience method for that? So just add. All right. Yeah, something like this. So add some tickets, ask it to serialize. What do I get back out, right? I get, it's going to be the same kind of map. Yeah, I wanted to make these are the keys, right? Let's further remove that. So it's const standard string ticket 1. Hold on. What were the keys again? They are integers. Oh, okay, so yeah, those are the keys. So ticket 1 is the first key. Actually, I can't use integers as keys, can I? Wouldn't it make sense to just make the serialization a JSON array and not an object? Because the only requirement is that they be values. So this can be an array. And then I can just make an array of objects where the ticket is one of the fields of it, right? Let's get rid of that. You could do a stream where I draw your main character kissing a hedgehog. Yeah, but then it'll be my art versus Adam's, and then I'll look really foolish because he's practiced for so long, and I know very little. You want to share with us some very retro graphic your friend made? Sure. You can share it. You have a link or something? Oh, there we go. Shader toy. What are we looking at? Oh, that looks nice. So, your friend made this. That's pretty cool. Although I feel like I've seen this before. Did you show this once before? Nice. So yeah, if you guys don't know, this is the kind of stuff Said Who does. He works with Shader Toy, either makes his own stuff or he takes existing stuff and plays with it. I find it really fascinating because shaders are programs that compute a value for every single pixel in this field. So it's this program run like millions of times, or however many pixels there are in this field. And it's just a unique way to visualize how programs run. There's a lot of math involved, though, because you're doing a lot of computations for where things should be in the scene, and then whether or not to paint a pixel, the color depending on whether it's on one of these moons or the planet or whatever. So there's a lot of math involved, but it's pretty cool. When people teach math, I wish they would teach it more with graphical stuff like that. Thanks for the follow, Gmon, or Gmon XYZ. All right, so what did I decide to do here? I think what I want to do is just have it be the ID and the content. So ID, ticket 1, content, ticket 1, content. And this is only because I can't use an integer as a key in a JSON object. So just to make it an array. And there's not too much overhead with that. That should be fine. This is fine. I just need to put in ticket 2, and we're done. And then the deserialize. I don't need to do anything, do I? Because there was no setup. There's no setup yet. Oh, by the way, I should fix that. We're overriding a base class, so we should do that. Okay, this is the serialization, so I'll take that and paste it here. And instead of players, it is mod queue. Oops. What am I doing? There, and that is mod queue. Deserialize that. Okay, I need to put numbers in here. 1, 2. Sound good? And this is the content I want. Actually, that is the arrange, isn't it? So what do I get back out? Typing, difficult for me. Ticket 1 content, I should get that if I ask the mod queue to get. Actually, there's a get all. Why don't I just use that? I get a map back out. Okay, great. Map it is. So standard map ints to JSON values, right? Map is one of those weird things that needs extra parentheses in Google Test. But that's fine. We won't hate that too much. So the map will be 1 to ticket 1 content, 2 to ticket 2 content. That's what we'll expect in that map, right? And then this is old crud. Okay, so I think the tests are ready. I just need to make the code changes. So yeah, anyone who is new to this channel, doesn't know what the heck I'm doing, I'm adding a feature to a component of a game I'm building, and when I add features, I like to do it with test-driven development. So I build up a test case here that describes what we're trying to do. In this case, we're saying we are making a new mod queue and deserializing it from some JSON object, and then I expect to get that out of the object when it's reconstituted from the string, right? So I write the test first, and then I make sure that the test doesn't pass right away. It should fail in the way I expect, which is that the feature doesn't exist. And then I make the changes to add the feature and see that the test passes, and then that's like done iteratively. So right now it won't pass simply because it won't compile, because I'm using these methods that don't exist yet. So the first step is to get it to compile. So I need to basically make that mod queue inherit the interface that provides those methods. I'm just going to copy from players since that already did that, and paste it onto mod queue. That goes here. It's going to inherit that interface class, iGameObject, which is defined in iGameObject.http. So now it should compile but not link. I can verify that by trying to build. It should not link because I just declared those functions. I didn't provide a body to them. So there's what you expect to get from the linker when you are missing the implementations. Unresolved external symbol. So we're going to add that. Same way I did it to players. So I'll just take the implementation from players and copy paste it to mod Q and change the names to protect the innocent. Mod Q. All right. And then looks like it had a mute text, but it was in a slightly different position. That's fine. Change that. And minimally, I can just do that to get it to link. And same thing here, just do nothing. So it should link, but it should fail my test now. Super nice to have an IDE that'll generate a method stub for you in the test. That would be handy. I don't mind doing it myself, though. Okay. Where'd they go? It disappeared. There they are. Mod Q. Where are you? Here you are. Run. So it links and runs, but it fails. And the easiest to see is when it deserializes, we should get the state back out. But right now we don't get anything. So let's do serialize first. I decided to have it make an array, right? It should make an array that has an object in each element that has the ID and the ticket content. So we're going to loop through all the tickets. ModQ is really basic, right? It fits in 86 lines. So this is going to be the most complicated thing yet. So this, I decided to make an array, right? And then for const auto tickets entry in impl tickets serialization.add JSON object, where the ID is the tickets entry first, right? And then the content ticket entry second. Tickets entry second. I think that's enough to, oh, I messed up somewhere. That's an int. That's oh, I misspelled it. Undeclared. QR square root. Isn't a reverse square root just a square? Huh, I've lost the thread of the conversation, I'm sorry. Serialize works. Okay, so I just need to do deserialize. So first we're going to clear out all the old tickets in case there were any. And then const num tickets is serialization's get size, right? Oh, hold on. I needed to do another trick here. Because I had provision for, we can have multiple serializations, so it's only if we have more than one. Then it is the first one. And then we can get size from that. They can say 4 and just do the traditional loop. And then we can say impl tickets. Let's get the serialized ticket first. Const auto serialized ticket equals serialization I. A serialized ticket ID equals serialized ticket. I already misspelled it, didn't I? Content. I could fix it with copy paste. There we go. Auto. Underscore. Cool. I think that will work. Let's try it out. Oh, it's 1 over square root. Oh, I get it. What is this hack that you guys are talking about? I missed the thread of the conversation. Universal fast inverse square root? Is that what we're looking at? As a special function in the Quake 3 source code, which calculates the inverse square root of a float 4 times faster than regular, including a strange constant. Oh, this is like an optimization, right? Carmack didn't write it. Some other guys both take partial credit for it. Floating point computation integer? Oh, well, yeah. That's because if you just know that a floating point number is really just two parts, there's a mantissa and an exponent, probably mathematically speaking, it's safe to take the mantissa and do the square root on it, and then do the, probably they're doing that, right? One is a mantissa square root, and the other one's a exponent square root, and then it's just an approximation. It's probably not exact, right? Let's see if I'm right. Let's look at the explanation. Uh-oh, is that a broken link? I clicked it and it's not going anywhere. I'm not fine with this. Can I like not? Oh well, if I just ignore it, then I'm not agreeing to it, right? How it works, the magic. Right, it's an approximation that starts off with a guess, yeah. Integer cast, yeah. Okay, so I think I was on the right track. That's kind of cool that an initial guess with a iterative refinement is still faster than the floating point code. Cool. I never heard of Beyond 3D. So I guess it's an old website. Newton's method, yeah. That rings a bell. Successive approximation. I'm just surprised that it's faster than the floating point, than the normal math. I guess that just tells you how much faster integer math is over floating point math. 2 iterations is plenty, yeah. Yeah, that's one thing that you can kind of cheat and cut corners when you're optimizing. A lot of the times you don't need precision in games, right? You just need to get close enough. So you can make a sloppy guess, and a lot of the times people don't notice, and it solves the lag issue, and that's what people care about, right? Mod Q test, pass, checking it in. It was faster these days playing. That's because it's now done in hardware, right? It used to be floating point math had to be emulated a lot of the time. And so in embedded targets, either floating point was not allowed or it was really frowned upon because it was very expensive because it had to be emulated. The compiler would actually pull in, or the linker would pull in an emulation library for you. I guess the compiler would work with the linker for that, right? Yeah, the compiler would say, well, this architecture has no floating point processor, so we need to pull in some library. Make mod q an iGame object. Cool. One more thing left, right? Mail queue. What's mail queue look like? Oh, mail queue isn't even an external object. No, it was. Where did I put it? I made it an external object, didn't I? No, I made assets a constant external object. Mail queue is still part of the coordinator. Yeah, I maybe should pull this out, right? Yeah. Actually, hold on. Does it need to be put into the snapshot? Or is the mail queue just a cache? Well, hold on. By definition, all of these game objects are just caches. Let me think about this. I need to take a quick bio break. I'll be back in. Oh, thanks for the follow, Photons. You found the code for square root? Oh, that's the emulated square root, right? Sure, we'll open a VS Code. Why is it asking me that? I don't know. Yep, this looks interesting. Why is it all... Ah, see, look, this is why I have this stuff turned on. Look what they did. They mixed tabs with spaces. That's why it looks all bad. Here we go. Shame on you, Sun Microsystems. Mixing tabs with spaces. So this probably assumes a tab is 8 spaces. And mine is set to 4. So it's all screwed up. Never do that. Ugh. Why? Not like this. Anyway. Yeah, so this is basically emulating what the hardware would do to do a floating point. And it's all picking apart the mantissa from the exponent, right? Normalizing. There's an you take manipulating the exponent, unbiasing it. Yeah. Ugh, look at that. Ugly. Don't mix tabs with spaces ever. You think you're being clever, but yeah, oh well. Cool stuff nonetheless. Got some Linux stuck in it? Could be. Yeah, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Just a minute. Hello, I am back. Although my chair isn't lined up right. I'll fix my stuff here. Fix my mic so it's positioned right. Thanks, Nui. Okay. I need to move this mail queue out because of a couple things. The executor doesn't actually see it, which is a problem, because I can't snapshot it unless the executor sees it. That's evident by the fact that it's not passed in here. We have these 3 that we've been working on, and we have the journal, but we're missing the mail queue. So yeah, that's a problem. So I need to move this stuff around. Let me make sure the workspace is clean first. I think I had just cheated and put mail queue inside the coordinator because only the coordinator needed it. The executor didn't care that, what does it actually do on a... Does it even care to execute that kind of command? It does have a queue mail. What does it do? It doesn't do anything. Okay. Hey there, Crumpet. It's Crumpet, right? Some people are saying Red Rampage, and then I thought you had said it's Crumpet for short, so I've been saying that, but let me know if I got it wrong. How are you doing? Damn kids, get off my lawn. Code is from 1995? 1995 isn't that old. Come on. Usually go by Crumpet. See? I have it from the source. We'll just have to correct user 335, right? Or was it Adam? I can't remember. Consistency is more important than anything. I would agree with that, yes. Consistency is important. Then I don't know about anything. Consistency is pretty important, but I would say living is a little bit more important than consistency. I'm just joking. Just kidding around, pulling your leg. Let's see. Right, so let's take this class out and see what happens. Actually, I don't want to take it completely out. What I really want to do is duplicate it. I want to copy it from there and paste it at this level up here. And I want to move the header file from here to the include folder, right? Because it should go next to mod queue. Oops, that needs to go inside there. Okay, good. So there's mod queue, mail queue. And it doesn't implement coordinator anymore, so we're going to remove coordinator. It's just a mail queue. It's only this year. It's not a component of the coordinator anymore. How do we define this one? It's just this object. Let's just say this is a game object. Responsible for hold. It doesn't handle, it just holds the queue of outgoing emails to be sent to players for reasons such as providing password reset tokens. Okay. Doesn't need diagnostics. It's going to be more of a passive thing. So this part gets stripped out. That gets removed. It's just the emails. The time the next one may be sent. Yes, we need that. Current email sent future. That's part of the coordinator, so that gets stripped out here. Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. Pound. I'll respond with my little wave there. How's it going? What I'm working on today, by the way, is journal compacting and snapshots. So in order to make snapshots of game state, I need to make all the game objects serializable. So I went ahead and defined an interface for that, and I called it game object. And it has, I haven't documented it yet, but it has two methods, serialize, deserialize. And I've chosen for the serialization just a JSON value, just to be simple. And if I need to optimize it later, I will, but right now it's just JSON values. So they currently have 4 kinds of game objects, and they'll be adding more, obviously, later. But it's configuration, players, tickets, and mail queue, and configuration was already pretty much done. I made these serializable, and now I'm working on the mail queue. Mail queue is a little bit more difficult because it wasn't in the correct place in the design. I'm having to pull it out of the coordinator. When you do the fist bump, the other person just waves. Okay, is that the correct response to a fist bump? No, I need to fist bump back, right? Is pound the correct response to a pound, or is there a pound response? So here, I'll do the correct response. I'll just put the pound on the left-hand side. Then when you turn them around, they're fist bumping, right? That makes sense to me. Let me document this while I'm here. This is the type. This is the data type used to convey the serializations for... No, Siri keeps triggering on that. Serializations for the game object. Usually, let's say the intention is each element will be stored in a separate file with the number of elements and the naming convention left up to the executor. Right? Yeah, I think the executor is going to do the bulk of the work for the snapshotting stuff. Why do mirrors appear to flip things horizontally? Yeah. Does anyone know why some streamers flip their cameras horizontally? Like Adam does that, and I actually didn't think about it, but I should have just asked him why he does that. I don't think I flipped mine, right? So that's on my right, and that's on my left. Yeah, so it's not flipped. My left is your right, so that makes sense, right? So what does serialize mean? Turn the internal state of the game object into a form which is easily written, which may be easily written to a file or sequence or pipe. File, pipe, or other stream/media that accepts a string of characters, right? Might let them point at stuff easier. Really? I always find it weird when they flip webcam view and they do something like remove a screw. And what freaks me out is when Adam C. Eunice points his camera down at his keyboard and his keyboard is like flipped the way I expect. So he's like, I'm thinking he's pointing to the left side of his keyboard, but he's really pointing to his right, and it really, yeah. It confuses me for a moment. Okay, the serialization of the game object is returned. This is really just, it should be obvious what it's returning, but I'm just sticking to my convention. Replace the internal state of the game object with the information in the given serialized form. Serializations. This is the serialized form of the game object used to replace the internal state. Okay, fully documented. So I'm working on mail queue now, right? And I'm splitting apart the data stuff from the logic because they were coupled. The logic belonging to the coordinator and the data, which is just really the emails stuff, the emails themselves. The keys are the log indices. Okay, that makes sense. So this is the logic. I'm removing that. Removing that too, and removing the process. Do I want to just be a plain struct? A struct that actually implements the serialization. I guess that'll work. Yeah. Do I even need a constructor then? I don't even think I need a constructor. What was the the constructor was needed before, but I don't think I need it. Yes. I'll keep that methods because we will have a method in a moment. Okay, so this mail queue is not part of the coordinator anymore. It's only needing its own header. So realm server mail queue. Okay, I should strip out the includes. I only need map, standard type, or standard def, and that's it, right? Map and standard def? I don't need the evil macros. Oh, I need shared pointer, which is in memory. Okay, yeah, there we go. Oh, no, I needed commands for that. All right, okay, I needed that. Let's get it back from the other copy of it. Here. Commands. Hey, I think his keyboard really is reversed. Playing a piano with a flipped camera, that would be really weird, especially if you're like watching them to kind of help yourself or, improve in your own piano playing ability, right? And you're looking at someone with a flipped piano. An Australian camera. All right. Yeah, he's just upside down and backwards, right? He's really pinned to the ceiling. He has to flip it vertically too, so we all think he's sitting on the ground. I mean, come on, the world is flat, as everyone knows, so he must be upside down. All right. Okay. That goes with that. So there's no methods at all right now. Easy peasy. Let me just separate. I'll do the separation, make sure the test still pass, and then I'll make it a real game object. So put the serialization back in there. So if I'm stripping out the data from the coordinators mail queue, which is where? Here. Then maybe I need to make this a different name. Yeah, let's make this a different name. We'll call it mail. Mail queue becomes mail. Rename it to mail. So, and why does it have 2018? It shouldn't. I didn't do that last year. Did it this year. Male Q becomes male. Okay. Then I don't have trouble with the same name meaning two different things. I just need to update the make file. All right. Male. And then while we're at it, let's add the male Q next to the mod Q. Male Q. There we go. Run CMake. When the world is flat, the flat Earth Society has members all around the... Wait a minute. It's not a globe. Oh, that's right. He had to, like, pin his hair down so it didn't look like he was upside down. Right. I see that. Wait a minute. That... That's a little bit flawed, isn't it? Because the camera's also flipped. Or you're saying he's upside down but gravity is still in the correct direction, so to speak. But then, yeah, that's why we never see his feet, because he's got magnetic boots to hold him to the ground, which is really the ceiling for him. Okay. I don't know why this is having a problem. Please update my include path. It cannot open... Oh, because this path changed. Let's search for that. Yes, let's change all the names. So unsubscribe male Q becomes unsubscribe male. Male Q, actually I could have just done that once, right? That becomes male. This one becomes just male. That's just male. Male. We're removing the Q off of this. This one stays the same though. That one's sad. Never see him outside is dangerous. Yeah. It must be really difficult to live in Australia. You're always if you slip and then you fall into space. Okay. Yeah, I need to change this. So this becomes male. So the test gets renamed. Run CMake again. Let me make sure that didn't break anything yet. I really just added a class called maleQ and renamed the old one male. Oh, I didn't rename the actual test. No, I did rename it. That's weird. Why does it have the old name there? Do I need to refresh? Oh, that's really odd. That shouldn't be there. Should it? Yeah, see how these buttons aren't working? Oh, probably because I didn't build, right? No, I did build. I didn't build. That's the problem. There were errors. Okay. Fix the errors. Male's not a member of coordinator. It should be... I messed up something. Oh, wait. That's, declared once out here, I think. It's forward declared somewhere. Was it imp? I don't remember. Was it here? No. Here, yeah. Interesting. I don't actually include the header. Oh, well, no, this is not the coordinator includes. It's here. So that's... Let me search for that again. Thought I got them all, but I obviously missed one. Is it just that I missed? That's correct. These are correct. Okay, it was just the one I missed. Any tips for a C++ noob? Read Scott Meyer's book. Let me find it again. I've been meaning to make a command for this. Scott Meyer's Effective Modern C++. There we go. I recommend this book. How do I just get that without... Okay, there we go. I recommend that book. It goes through the 42 different ways are broken up into different chapters that you don't need to read it cover to cover. You can just look at what you don't know so well and just pick the subject that you care about, which is kind of nice. It's kind of like a cookbook in a way. Can we get an example? No. Yeah. So that's a good book to read to go along with the tutorials you might be looking at online. Another tip, what would it be? Try to pick a small project that you can do within a few days and then iterate on it, like add improvements to it and just challenge yourself. That's what I would suggest. That's what I did, you know. Before I knew anything in programming, I just picked something little, tried to do it. Then once I got it working, just add more and more stuff to it. And you just learn from experience. Okay, built that time. Another thing you can do, if you know another programming language, if you have a larger program written in like Python or something, try to make the C++ version of it. And that'll teach you a little bit about how to compare languages. Like if you find the C++ equivalent of something in Python, and then you'll kind of see what's similar and what's different. Non-pointer assignments are copy assignment, not copy constructor calls. Oh, this is in response to don't forget that you're calling the copy constructor when you do non-pointer assignments. Did I miss some chat? Oh, well, Steve, it can sometimes be move assignment, right? If the right-hand side of the assignment is a temporary and it supports move construction, it could be the move constructor. Now we're getting into R value reference territory. Ugh, difficult stuff to learn. C++ is a difficult language for someone who's new, though, because there's so many layers. It's like an onion. And sometimes it's difficult to know what to learn first and then what to learn second and that kind of thing. All right. This is actually a nice little demonstration of a data structure, isn't it? Because it's got a lot of things in here that fits into one page. I'm demonstrating what a namespace is, what a structure is. Then here we have a primitive type, a floating point value, and we're showing how we can initialize it in a declaration, which is newer. And then this is showing a standard template library container called map, which is a template. So it's showing an example of a template, and it's showing that the key is a size integer, and the values are shared pointers to some other class. I kind of like this. Thanks for the follow, Funk. C++ is a union, and that union is really great at making you cry. I would agree with Gel Mega's statement, yes. They keep adding new rules. Yeah, they're trying to make it stay alive, really. Other languages add syntax and semantics that people love, and C++ didn't have it. And so a union is just a... You know what a union is, said who? they just add more and more stuff, but they can never take anything away unless no one is using it. They're able to do that with auto, which is cool, but most stuff in C++ stays because there's someone out there who's using it. Yeah, well, that term is overloaded. But it is sort of the same thing, right? A union is something which is a collection of many things. I guess in C we're talking about a union. I have to pick only one. No, it's an okay word. Unless you mean that. Yeah. Okay. Getting too distracted. Sorry. I was going to run all the tests, right? Excuse me. I gotta blow my nose. It means I will mute my camera. Sorry about that. Onions have layers, yes. Oh, did you mean onion instead of union? You're off by one character? You can just pretend that your finger slipped. U and O are not too far away from each other, right? Okay, cool. I will, not check in yet. I'm not done. I need to strip out the data from the old mail queue. Right. So that's the new mail queue. The old one is queue, is a mail now, right? Mail. So I need to remove the data from it. There we go. Data's been removed. Now we use compiler error-driven development to fix things. Sometimes we're doing test-driven development. Other times it's compiler error-driven development. Right, emails is undeclared. Well, how are we going to get the emails? Seems to me that we need to be sharing where we actually store the emails now, which is a type mail queue. Emails, or mail queue. Right? And actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use the getlens feature here. No history could be found. Oh crap, that's because I didn't check it in yet. Alright, fine. I'll just type it from scratch. This is where the okay, this object holds the emails, I'm trying to train myself not to say email, but to use the word mail instead. Holds the mails that have not yet been sent. The emails, the server is going to send, but has not yet sent. And it's not just a server, it's the whole game. I need to remember that. Thanks for the follow. How do you say your name? Perixon? Yeah, a lot of game engines have layers. I don't call them layers, I call them components. So, like, these are my layers, so to speak. But I call them components. Same thing. Take a complex problem, break it up into smaller, simpler problems. Ogres have layers? Nice. Okay. Mail needs mail queue. Or does it? No, this is the CBP file, right? No, it's not. Okay, nonetheless, I need to have it access the mail. And it should find that. Oh no, it's mail queue. The mail component accesses the mail queue. And I think I need to do this a similar way. Oh no, take that back. We'll just connect that in. Okay, I got it. All right. Okay, if it's connected in, the error would be here, accessing it. So let's see. I really don't want to go into that, or do I? For stuff like players, I had an abstraction. Do I want to keep the abstraction? In other words, instead of assigning it, I could do it like this, right? It would be mail queue arrow emails, right? But then that defeats the abstraction. Do I want to keep the abstraction or not? Let's see if it's always just assigning and iterating. I'm thinking. I don't know what I want to do. I'll keep it coupled for now. So basically, everywhere we have emails, I'm gonna put mail queue arrow in front. And this one as well. I wonder why it had a problem with that. And that's there. Okay, let's try that out. That's it. Let's run. Oh, the tests are going to fail spectacularly though, because that object's never declared. Yeah, so that's the spectacular crash. Is it goes away when we get to there. Wow, infinite loop or something. Yeah, it's because this is null right now. That needs to be configured. Let me just take something similar like the moderation holds on to the tickets, right? So this tickets, where is that set? Here. Right, so we need to do something like this. Impl mail queue is mail queue. So mail queue needs to be something we pass in. Put it next to mod queue, so mail queue. Okay. I'm just thinking ahead, is this gonna get me into trouble? I don't think so. Okay, so if we do that, then this mobilize needs to be updated. Mail queue is added to mod queue. This is the object which holds all mail to be sent to players. And then we'll compile again. Compiler error driven development. It's saying that mail queue is undeclared. Fair enough. We need to actually include its header. It would be mail queue. Right. Hey there, Frost Ice Cold. How are you doing? Oh, you said hi 6 minutes ago. I didn't see. I'm sorry. Let me make up for that by giving you a nice big Rhymo wave. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, next compiler error. Right. So this is where in the test framework we don't have a mail queue, so we need to add one. So let me go see where that's declared. That's here. We're going to add a mail queue. Do I need to I don't need to do anything other than make one, right? Okay, next compiler error. Right, so after mod queue is mail queue. And is there another error? No, that's just it. Okay. Spacing out your brain? Okay. Yeah, I get focused, and also I have this issue reading chat where I'll miss one. If the chat gets faster, then I'll start missing things in the middle. I've seen other streamers do the same thing. It's fine if like you don't think that someone saw your message, just send it a second time. I won't mind. Mobilize does not take 11 arguments. Wow, I'm already at 11. That's a code smell to me. Probably what I'll end up doing is taking all of the required dependencies and putting them into a structure. I think that's all of these, right? These are all the coordinators dependencies. And just put them into a dependency structure that we set up separately. Okay, so mod queue is created here. So we're now creating a mail queue as well. Mail queue. Looks like I have a similar one down here. Yep, mail queue. Hey, they're playing with skizzers. Mute the camera? Yeah, I guess I use that word mute somewhat fluidly. I apply it to video as well as audio. You know why that is probably? My last job, I did multimedia code. And in the code, there's not much difference between video and audio. It's really just a bit stream of a different format. So a mute to me just means to stop transmitting. So to me, muting a camera, I know what that means. It's the same as muting a mic. It's you stop transmitting the information. So yeah, to me it doesn't sound so strange, I guess, because of the perspective I have in processing multimedia. My hat just fell on the ground. I moved something. All right, it's running. Now does everything not break horribly? I think I need to break this test runner up into individual runners because these by themselves aren't so bad. They're like, you know, 1 or 2 seconds, but the whole suite is 17 seconds because there's just so many of them. Okay, everything is not broken. So the last, actually that's it, right? I've separated the mail from the mail queue. So I'm gonna check that in. That's all I did, right? Okay, let me make that a separate check-in. Let's just check in all the things and let me go down one by one to make sure that I did this right. Mail queue. Yes. Evil macros, that's new. Okay, so separate mail from mail queue. Mail is the logic that is part of the coordinator. Mail queue is the game state data for the mail. All right. Borderlands 3 trailer? I don't know. Does it look any good? I had a fun time playing Borderlands 2. I never did have Borderlands 1. Had an okay time. It wasn't my favorite game. Use a structure for everything. I like to have structures for when it's just data. So this mail queue, for example, is just data and there are no methods, so I'm okay making a structure. The moment I start adding methods to it, the more I'm going to feel like it should be a class, and then I should take these and, what's the word? When you hide the data? Encapsulate. Yeah, some people really loved the Borderlands series. Encapsulation, yes. So I don't need to encapsulate anything. Okay, so now that it's just the data, I can make it... Actually, I may need to establish a new test suite for it. Let's make it next to mod queue tests. So it's mail queue tests. We'll add that to the build system here. Here. Do that. Rename all the things. Mail queue tests. Mail queue class. Actually, it's just structure, but it's going to be a class really soon. Okay, so the only logic I really wanted to put in there now was the serialize, deserialize. Lowercase, actually. This is a plain old data structure. I can just fill it with what I want, right? I have to make a qmail command, though. That's fine. We can make one. Search for where one is made. That'll work. And put it over here. Let's make a helper to do this. So it's going to return a standard shared pointer commands. Oh, it's a realm server. Commands qmail. Make qmail. Let's have it do that and return it, right? So then I can just make one down here. Const auto qmail. Let's make qmail. And let's make two of them. Let's call mail 1 and mail 2. And then we'll make the second one slightly different. How do I want to change things here? I really only care about one field, so let's just change the sender to Bob for the second one. Actually, since that's the only thing I care about, let's set them both. So one's from Alex, the other one's from Bob. I don't really care about what the command has inside of it. So that's the arrangement. The serialization will be to ask it to serialize, and then we're going to check to see that it has what. Oh, there was more than just. Oh no, that returned it. I need to actually put it in there. So, right, that's mailq dot emails, and then these are arbitrary numbers, right? 16 is mail 1, and then I don't know, 85 or 85 filter if he's still here. And ask it to serialize, and I should get back out. I think I want to do the same thing. Because again, it's a map from integers or size, unsigned integers to, these are log indices, right? But we also have this time, so, okay, so let's put that one level down. So we'll have an object. Put this one level down. And in addition, so that array will be emails. Actually, we're gonna get rid of the E subtly over time. That's what I'm gonna do. And then in addition to that is the other field. Next email can be sent. So I can put anything I want here, right? Oh no, it needs to be what I expect. So that is mailq dot that, right? And let me set it to something. I don't know, 12345.0. Sounds good to me. What's a login index? So that's not a login index. It's a login index. So the log is the sequence of commands to change the game state. So for example, let's look at the log for the real test, not the real game, the test game. Where did I put it? Stage, right? Where's stage? So here's an actual game log. So I have it on purpose conveniently laid out so every line is one entry in the log and they're indexed starting from 1. So here is that's a create player. Where's an email? Here's a qmail command, right? It's on line 22, so its log index is 22. So when we dequeue the mail, the log index is how we find where the mail was. So that's how I link the queue with the dequeue. When you get a dequeue 22, that means the email on line 22 is the one that was sent. Since you really like TDD, how would you go test a client that consumes multiple sockets. So a server you're talking about, right? Yeah, login next. How would I go to test a client that consumes multiple sockets? I'm not sure what you mean by client consuming multiple sockets. Oh, you mean like a client that's talking to multiple servers? I would try to break that up into different client server interactions if possible. Like, can you make individual use cases that only test one socket at a time? That'd be my first goal. You want to break up the test so that it's only the minimum number of objects involved. So the client and then one other server or one other socket. If you can do that, so if you have like 3 sockets, TCP, HTTP, SSL, for example, then I would try to make 3 tests at least, 1 for each. If you can't break them up, I'd probably try to make some helper functions that handle some of the gory details for you, so that you want to try to keep the test simple. You need to mock the servers. Oh yeah, how do you mock a server? If you there's 2 choices there. You can either have a real TCP server. So I did that in the SMTP test because I have a class called network endpoint that makes it pretty easy. I just made one. So this network endpoint is a server, and this is all I need to do to set up the server. I provide 2 functions, one that gets called when a new connection comes in, another if it's for a datagram. Say it's a connection-oriented socket, and here's my IP address. 0 means pick an ephemeral port to bind. So I just had a real TCP server in my test framework. Another way would be to have a shim. So like when I test the TLS, right? TLS decorator, I don't want to really use the real encryption. So in the tests, what I do is I have a shim layer. So the shim layer defines all the actual TLS functions, but as a class. And then the actual, how do I show the actual? The actual shim is just one-to-one. Every shim method calls the actual SSL equivalent, right? But in the tests, the shims do whatever I want them to do. So a lot of times I just ignore them. Other times I record the fact that it was called and store so the parameters I care about. So you could shim the entire socket API if you wanted. You just need to make your client use the shim and not the actual socket API. So the way I did it is I have at some point I have a set shim layer. Where did I do that? I did it somewhere. Where's the shim declared or used? It wasn't there. Was it here? Okay, there's a selected shim. How did I set that up? Where is that set? Oh, it's a global variable. Okay, that's right. So I have a global variable, which is a pointer to the shim, and so the default one just makes the this default implementation, and then in the test framework I override that. So if I look into the tests here, it sets the shim to the mock shim. So that's what. So then you don't actually need to make real network connections. You just mock the socket API layer. If the socket API layer is simple, which I think it is, it's just like bind, connect, accept, listen, then you don't need real network connections at all. If the thing you're testing is going to actual sockets directly and there's no way to shim it, then yeah, I would set up a real server on the other end and just use a random port number. You inherited a Java 1.2? Wow, that's old. Java 1.2. How old is that? Yeah. So pick whatever tech. I would say try to mock as much as you can, because using real components that aren't the thing you're testing makes your test a lot more complicated. Sometimes you have no choice though. It's just you have to bite the bullet and make a more complicated test. All right, so the emails serialize. I expect them out. So that's what I expect out there. For the mails, what am I calling the thing? Log index? So it's 16 and 85. And the content are the mails, right? No, it's the mail when it's serialized. So that is encode. I'll take advantage of the fact that I have an encode function. So the encoded form of the mail command will be what I serialize. Deserialize. I guess we're doing a similar thing. Yeah, we're making two commands. Making two mails. Making two mail queues and asking it to deserialize this from it. Actually, I don't need to do that then, right? Yeah, we're just deserializing that. Oh, hold on. No, I need that because I'm going to encode them there. Okay, here I need an actual number. And then I'll take advantage of those encodes. And what do I expect out? Map from size t to... Okay, I can't actually do that because we can't compare shared pointers and expect them to be the same. You have to convert the library into C#. So far it's 3 and 3.5. Understood most of it. Today made it connect and transfer. Actually testing it properly, that you have to do. Thinking of making multiple servers, socket connections, doing little steps, one for each test. That'll work. So you have the fixture set up, the connections, and then each test does one aspect of it. Sure. Don't let it intimidate you if it's more complicated than anything you ever worked on. Well, that's from Crumpet. I see. It's your bachelor thesis. You have to do a thesis for bachelors? We never had to do such things when I got a bachelor's degree. You just had to have a final project in certain classes. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is just piecemeal. So we'll expect 2 for mail queue emails size. Oh, while I'm at it, I can expect this number to come out for mail queue dot time, right? So we'll have 2, and then we'll expect we'll do it this way. So const auto mail 1 entry is mail queue emails find 16. Expect not equal. Actually, this needs to be an assert. Mail queue emails end. Or actually, it's easier to do it this way, right? False. That mail 1 entry equals the empty. Or not empty, end. And that's emails.end. So it's found basically, and then actually all I'm really testing. Actually, I guess I am testing the entire encoding, right? Should I? I should change the sender for each one. Yeah, that would make sense. So expect the sender is the correct one, right? Expect. Actually, I guess I can compare. Can I compare commands? I don't think I can. So I'll just compare the sender because that's all I really care about. The encode should just work. So equal mail 1 sender, mail 1 entry, second sender, and then this copied one more time for mail 2. That's 85. All right. Cool. So we need serialize and deserialize. Mail queue is, okay, mod queue is here. We can copy from them, right? This game object override goes here. So this inherits now public I game object. Alrighty. Then mod q cpp is where? Here it is. Take these implementations, copy paste them to here. 2.5 hours uptime. All right. Mod queue becomes mail queue. We don't have a mutex yet. All right. So the serialization is an object that has two things in it, right? It has the time the next email may be sent, which is equal to our own impl. Oh, there's no impl. It's just the time email next. Right, exactly. And then the other one is mails. And we'll start that off as an array that's empty. And then we'll get a reference to it. Serialized mails equals serialization mails. And then we're going to loop through all of the emails. Right, and then the serialized mails add an entry log index, and let's just call this emails entry to be consistent. Emails entry first and second, so this content, okay, I don't want to call it content actually. I want to call it command. Actually, I'm going to call it mail. I can call it whatever I want. I'm going to call it mail. Mail, and then so that is the encoding of the mail. All right, then the opposite direction, we can pull that out immediately. Actually, no, that's inside of here, right? Mail, time next email may be sent. Serialization time email may be sent. Hey there, Fled from nowhere. How's it going? Maybe encapsulate the structure that has multiple things passed in the constructor in a map with key value. Hold on, I missed some stuff. Oh, so your bachelor's thesis is for an internship. It's an internship. Okay, I get it. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's just your internship project. Oh, you changed the colors? Yeah. You're red now. That's the best color. You wish there was a way to randomly set your color when you enter a channel so you don't have to have two people with the same color. Some people use very unique colors sometimes. I think that's if you have a Amazon Prime or Turbo or something, then you can like pick a very specific color. Thanks for the follow, Dracian. Yeah, so right now, for people who are just joining, I am making all of the data for my game into a form I can serialize because I'm implementing snapshotting. That's what we're doing today. Where's the today? Making these and future things that will also be game objects serializable so that I can make snapshots out of them. And the rest of the plan for the day kind of talks about why. But long story short is why don't I pin this? I have to keep looking for it. Pin the game journal. This is how we're tracking game state right now is a series of changes. When we actually have a game running, this is going to get huge real quick, and there's no backup mechanism. So I've already seen this get corrupted a few times. I don't want to lose the entire game state when that happens. And also the raft algorithm talks about the longer this gets, the longer it takes for servers to start up. And so we'll periodically be reducing all these commands to a snapshot of the game state. And then the log, this journal will just be things that have changed since the last snapshot was made. And then we can do cool things like have serial numbers for the snapshots, and so have like a history of backups. Hey there, Sourcefy. You gave me wings. I don't know if I deserve the wings, but thank you. You have 4 friends whose names are yellow? Well, an interesting plugin to your browser might be to, that might be an interesting idea, either for an extension or a plugin for your browser to just let you pick your own colors for people. Hi, yes. Hello. Okay, so yeah, up until now, this is the only way I've been storing state is a sequence of commands, and now I'm introducing snapshots for this. I lost my place. There's where I was working, right? So the mail queue is what I'm doing now, which is the last, but not least, piece of game data so far. Yeah, if I didn't do the snapshotting, we would be recording forever every move you made in the game. So snapshotting, though, reduces all of the redundant commands. So if you like move left and then move right, those two would cancel each other out in the end. And so in the snapshot, it would be as if you never moved. Thanks for the follow, Kazira. Unless like the movement had some other side effect, like it reduced your action points or something. A move left and a move right might be reduced in the snapshot to be your action points are now 7 instead of 8, right? Or 7 instead of 9. That's the idea. It saves space, it saves loading time. But for right now, I don't have snapshots. So yeah, every movement would be captured here, which would be crazy insane. This journal will get like probably hundreds of thousands of lines, and I'd be able to replay the entire game from the moment I made it, which is cool in itself, but we don't need that. Yeah, when we make a snapshot, we'll discard the old journal, and then we'll never need to know that you bumped into the wall. In Unity, you have serialized variables and RPCs. They get saved to a log, and they're updated with each packet, but weren't saved in the log. Yeah, so it's similar to that. That's how I do the replication of game state, right? Servers 10, 11, and 12 all have the same journal entries because each of these gets transmitted over a WebSocket connection from one server to another. That's why I picked JSON, or one of the reasons I picked JSON. Just to put this in a string, send it as a text message over a WebSocket, and save it on the other side. All right, so that's serialize. Deserialize is... Whenever I say that word, Siri thinks I'm talking to it. Okay, it's const auto serialized mails. Actually, it's this thing, right? Only it's const. And then it's number of num mails. So for every mail, we have a serialized mail, a serialized mails index, and then we are going to create, actually we're going to create a command from its encoding, so that's, and then we're going to store it in the map, so that's emails, serialized mail, log index, interpret as a size t. I don't know if I need to do that. Actually, I probably don't need to do that. And then equals standard make shared commands qmail, giving it the encoding. So that's serialized mail as this might be ambiguous, so I'll tell it it's a string. I think I did that right. Oh, missed that. I only really know if I did it right if it passes my test. You have to parse XML? Oh, cool. I did that the other day. Should I show you what I did? You know how, you know me, like, you know me, right? I am so tongue-tied today. You know me, right? I like to make state machines. So you can already envision what my XML parser looks like, but I'll show you in a second. Let me make sure I can pass my mail queue tests. I cannot pass them. Serialize worked. Deserialize didn't. What happened? Really? It didn't serialize the names correctly? It should have, so what did I do wrong? Maybe the test is wrong. Mail and entry. Okay, so let me look at what deserialize sees on its end. Let me go here. Debug. Any good reading on state machines? It's a general concept in computer science, so there's probably lots to find if you look up basic algorithms. So a lot of algorithms have state machines in them. A state machine is really nothing more than a loop, and one variable that you use inside the loop is what state you're in. So it's really not that big a deal. Yeah, I'm talking about it because Frost Ice Cold said they had to parse XML, and I was saying I made an XML parser the other day, and it was a state machine because I like state machines. Okay, what the heck is wrong with the serialized mail? Let's look at it. Actually, I'm going to look at it here. Serialized mail. Actually, if I step, I'll see it. It's an object which has the mail in it. Let's look at the mail. The mail is also an object. Got body headers, right, so that's what I expected to see. So is that the deserialize? That's not working, maybe? So how would I see that? Maybe step into that constructor. Let's go here. Go. So the encoded headers is null. What's the encoding? A string. Okay, that's maybe the problem. Debug. Encoding. It's a string. What the heck? Empty string. Oh, shoot. I did that wrong. The constructor takes a JSON value, not a string. It's just that. That's my problem, I think. No? Huh. Didn't expect to see that. Oh, because that should be a 2. There we go. Bug in the test. Mail Q test. Go. Cool. Whoa. Oh, look at that bug. Look at that. That's a bug in the test explorer. I'll tell it to refresh. Hopefully it doesn't lose its mind. That was an interesting bug. I don't know how to reproduce that. I was looking at that and scrolling around and it got really confused somehow. Anyway, let me check that in and I'll show you my glorious XML parser that I whipped up. Oh, I keep forgetting to check that in. Okay, so this is making mail queue a implement game object. Implement game object. Let's check this in before I forget again. Document game object. All right. Oh yeah, tiny XML. Well, check this out. This will blow. No, I'm just kidding. I was going to say it'll blow away tiny XML. Mine's even tinier than tiny XML because I take lots and lots of shortcuts. So I was working on this AWS thing, and for S3, it's one of those oddball Amazon APIs where it gives you the result not in JSON but in XML. So I wanted to parse it and put it into a JSON value. So this is what I did. I have a state machine that has these states, and header means that you're still looking at the front of the XML. Let me pull up alongside this a typical XML file. So this is the header, right? So basically, if we assume we're in the header, I need to go until I hit that end bracket. So that's what this header state is. And then after that end bracket, we're in the document state where we expect that. And when you hit a tag, you're inside of a tag. And then once you're inside of that, the contents inside of a tag could be another tag, or it could be, this is a bad example because I don't support attributes, but it could be text inside of the tag, right? So that's, we don't know which it is. We'll go into this state. Once we figure it out, we'll go to either the tag or content end. So it's basically just looking for the markers. So if we're in the header state and we see that, we're in the document. See that, we go to tag begin. Tag begin, we clear the data, and then when we're in the tag state, every character gets added to the tag name, unless we hit one of these. And then I have some special logic in here because if the element is an array, it's one. We have one thing that we do. Otherwise, it's an object. And then I have a stack to remember what elements we're in because XML is a tree, right? So I have actually I have two stacks: a stack of elements, and then a stack of whether or not that element of each element is an array or not. And yeah, my ugly state machine, it works. It converts XML into JSON as long as it doesn't support attributes, and it doesn't support this weird syntax where you just end and you don't have the matching end tag. But the S3 output doesn't have attributes, and it doesn't have these, at least so far. I only tested it with the list buckets API. And it works. Where's my unit test? I'll show you. So here is the example output, right, in XML. And you can see there are no attributes other than in, I guess there are attributes, but we skipped them because we're just looking for that end angle bracket. We got, that's what you get from Amazon S3 when you list your buckets. You get an array of buckets that tell you the name of the bucket and the creation date. So that's why I needed some kind of XML parser. And you know me, I like to make my own stuff. So that's from line 103 to so it's a little bit over 100 lines long. Parses that XML just fine. No feedback, huh? Cool, okay, thank you. Put it in your bucket list. To write your own XML parser? A real XML parser to handle all of XML would be a bit more. Because you have to handle, like, there's token replacement, there are attributes, there's end tags, or the tags that just end themselves, and any kind of syntax error. Like, my code doesn't support syntax errors at all. So it's very, very focused. Just getting the data out that I wanted. Okay, so all of my tests pass, right? So everything is serializable. Time to move on to something else. In 2 hours and 45 minutes. I need to like record the fact that took me 2 hours and 45 minutes to do. Actually, I did that too, didn't I? So I did all of this so far. The next was to have a worker thread in the Executor that builds snapshots at regular intervals. So what would I do for now, iteratively? Just start a worker thread, and like every 10 seconds make a new snapshot? I guess. Sure. Oh, let's see. Executor tests. Let's close everything actually and do that. Hold on. There we go. Just because I can. That's right, Cthulhu. I can do it. I have to pay the price for that. You can do what you want as long as you can do whatever you want as long as you're willing to accept the consequences. Executor tests. Make snapshot. So we need to give it some data that it will use to make a snapshot from. So I can just put anything I want in there. How about just something simple? What's the simplest thing? A ticket? So let's make a ticket. Didn't I have a helper for that? I think I did add, no, not here. Is it time to make a helper for that? No, that's pretty simple. Why don't I just do that? So now the mod queue has a ticket in it, and I should when I serialize, I should see that ticket. Okay, the executor doesn't have the mail queue in it yet, and I'll need to add that eventually. Everything's legit until you. That's slightly different, Cthulhu. I'm just saying the more general. If you can, if you're willing to accept the consequences, then you can do it. You can do anything as long as you're willing to accept the consequences for those things. Getting caught or not is different. All right, make a snapshot. So we arrange things. Okay, before I mobilize, we're going to want to configure how often the executor makes snapshots, right? Should it be time-based or should it be log entry-based? I'm inclined to make it log entry-based. Yeah, so that'll be part of the configuration. Why do I have that? I think because the executor really didn't care what was in the configuration before, but now it will. So where's the real place I want to store it? Let me think. I guess at the top level, right? Yeah. So this is just yet another variable. So snapshot interval. And what would be a reasonable default? I actually have no idea how quickly journal entries will be added in the real game. Most likely there'll be one entry every time any player makes any action, or any NPC, or anything, any part of any system in the entity component system decides to change any data, right? So that's going to be pretty frequent. So let's say we only wanted to make a snapshot every hour. An hour is 3,600 seconds. Let's say every second there's 100, so that would be... So let's round that down. So every 250,000 journal entries? Does that sound about right? What's a typical journal entry length? I already closed it. Actually, I'm gonna scale it down for testing, reduce it down by a factor of 1,000. Let's say every 250 log entries we'll make a new snapshot. Okay, see ya, Frost Ice Cold. Bon appetit. Okay, we're adding that. So I need to search for this as well. Add it here. Okay, so that means the executor can pull it from here. So let's... Is this ever used in a test? No, it's not. But other components do that. Where would I find that? Probably the coordinator. One of these. Yeah, like this. I'm gonna do something like this. Like that. Down here. I'm gonna name it snapshot interval. I want to have it trigger, in this case, after 2. Basically, I want to add something. It should not make a snapshot, and then I add a second thing, and then it should make a snapshot, right? So snapshot interval should get that configuration item, and then we should mobilize. Then we act, right? Now we have to tell the executor something has happened, right? That is... Okay, actually, I can't just do that. There's more to it than this, right? Right, it's this thing. I have to do like an add mod event. Right, so this is really what I need to do. Make a new log entry, put something in there, publish it, and then let some time elapse. So mock... Oh, the executor doesn't even have the timekeeper. Oh, that's... we're adding a worker thread to the executor, so now it will, right? Yeah, there's no timekeeper. Huh. Your stream gave up its will to live. Oh, I dropped 166 frames. That might have been my end. I don't know. I don't see when that happened. So that would have been about 8 seconds. I've lost 8 seconds? Yeah, maybe it's my end. Everyone else see a problem with the stream before? It looks good now, but it looks like I dropped some frames at some point. Okay, maybe it was earlier then. All right. Yeah, we have no timekeeper. We need to have one. Search for mock timekeeper. I guess we're just copying this guy. Hold on. It's gotta be one where it's all in one place. Well, hold on. If I go to that and I say go to its definition, let's search for this one. Full word, please. Okay, so I have it in the coordinator, but I don't have it anywhere else. So it looks like Executor is going to get its own thing. Yeah, let's put it here. And I'm not bothering to comment stuff when it's that much when it's inside of what do you say? Test framework. Timekeeper. And then put the body of it. All right, that's all I need. Hey there, Funky. How's it going? So we have a mock timekeeper, and where do we actually make it? Let's see, where would that be? Here. Gotta make one in the fixture. Where's the fixture? Down here, okay. Put it anywhere here. Let's put it, I don't know. Put it here? You know, these other things are not constant. They could be, right? I wonder why I did some things constant and other things not. Probably because I was lazy. Okay, yeah, it must be something on your end, because I haven't lost any more frames. Mock timekeeper. So I have a timekeeper. Now I wanted this here. So timekeeper current, we advanced the current time by at least... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. What am I doing? The interval wasn't in time. It was in log entries. Okay, I'm just being dumb. I don't need the stupid mock timekeeper. It has a worker thread, but it's not measuring based off of time. It's measuring based off of log entries. So all I really need to do here is I need to have a way to synchronize with the worker thread of the executor, which I don't have. But when I did that with the coordinator, it was wait for at least one loop. So I'm going to add that. Not that one, but where is it? Wait for this one. I need this thing. hold on. No, that. Its declaration is what I really want. Yeah, this one. This is for the test framework, so I'm going to put it here. This method blocks until the executor's worker thread executes at least one loop. So right now I don't have a worker thread, so I can just make it empty. I can go to here and just make it empty. But I want to call that from the test framework. Here, I want to say executor, wait for one loop. And then we will actually, I'm just going to record how many there were, right? Or what's the side effect of generating a snapshot? I need to think about this. So let me look back at what I had in the plan here. It builds them at regular intervals. It's going to hold things in parallel. And what does it do with them? I guess the journal is going to be given the snapshots. Maybe I'll just keep it generic. There'll just be a function that the executor calls to deliver a new snapshot. Let's just do that. So that would mean it's part of mobilize, right? Yeah, so let's have another publish subscribe model maybe. So that would mean there's two things we subscribe to. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll call this, okay, this type is too generic. Actually, no, we can use the same thing. We'll just have two things on unsubscribe executions. And then another one, unsubscribe snapshots. Snapshots. So we'll subscribe to snapshots. And this will be on snapshot. And what's on execution? Okay, so it's a slightly different delegate. Snapshot. I must set that up somewhere. I set it up in setup. Okay, that makes sense. On snapshot. Capture this. I don't know what the arguments are yet. And I don't know what the body's going to be yet. I know what I'll do. This will be called regularly, so what I'll have is I'll have a vector of snapshots. So the snapshot actually is always a JSON value, right? So it should be const JSON value snapshot. Oh, but in addition to that, right, there is also the snapshot has to have certain things in it. Raf says I should have my state machine state, which is right now a JSON, and it has to have these two variables. I know what I'll do. I'll have a higher level JSON value for that. Hey there, fresh meat. How's the meat today? Is it fresh? So that means it will be just a JSON value. Oh, thanks for the follow, Warcried. I will just append it. Snapshots. Push back snapshot. So I just need to have one of these up here somewhere. So vector, I guess, JSON values, snapshots. And then we're going to be waiting for it to happen, right? Or will we? Actually, I think I'll just use this wait for one loop to be my synchronization technique. So I'll just right here record how many snapshots. Num. Let's actually make a vector for this. Size t. Num snapshots. And then we'll just push back. Number snapshots, push back. snapshot size. Because what I want to do is at at the end of the test, we'll just expect a certain number of snapshots to be recorded. Sizer t. So it'll be 0 and then 1 for num snapshots. So if I set the snapshot interval to 2, that means I want it to make a snapshot after the second command. So this is the first command, and then let's make a second one. Let's play around with this. Actually, it can be anything I want it to be, right? Pretty tiered. The meat is pretty tiered, huh? Okay. I guess I'll just make another one. So that will be down. Actually, let's copy the entire thing. Actually, do I even really care? I can just put this into a loop. Why not, right? Let's make it run it 5 times. Why not? So it should make no snapshots, then 1. So this is after the first time. Should I have it do this up front? Okay, let's have it do it up front. So this will be when there are 0 entries and then 1 entry, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all I need. Actually, if I do it 5 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should I just do it 6 just cuz? And I can have a 3 at the end. Then I can make this const because I only use it inside the loop, right? And this is fine. Okay. Yippers. So there's my test case. Doing test-driven development. Make sure it builds. It doesn't build. What's there? Oh, right. I don't need that anymore. Okay, this, though, I need. Need to declare that. Executor. I don't do anything with this. Oh, no, I do. This is where I put it. Okay, so we need to declare it here. Using on snapshot delegate is a function which will return nothing. And it's just going to take a const JSON value. Snapshot. All right, declare the type of delegate used to publish the event that a journal snapshot was created. And it's just snapshot. This is the journal snapshot that was made. Just keep it simple, right? Update my IntelliSense. Because it's not making sense. Ha ha ha. Right, so the subscribe doesn't exist, so we have to add that. Unsubscribe delegate, subscribe to that. It's on snapshot delegate. This is the publish subscribe model, right? So set up the given delegate to be called whenever a journal snapshot is created. It's on snapshot delegate. It's a delegate to call whenever a journal snapshot is created. Delegate is returned which, when called, will cancel the subscription. Exactly. I thought you were already generating the IL for your bindings. Well, of course something will go wrong. You're dealing with, what, a pretty complicated language. Any kind of language, if you're making the compiler for it, it's going to be complicated. So nothing works right the first time, right? I'm basically making a brother to subscribe to execution. So everywhere where I have that, I need to have its peer. So here is this the actual executor? So it's overriding the interface. There's the interface. Here's where the coordinator subscribes. So the coordinator doesn't care, so it's not going to subscribe, right? Or maybe it will in order to pass the snapshot to the journal. Anyway, it doesn't need to do it yet. Okay, so here's the body. And same trick here with the auto. Put it on the, so I can put the return value on the right side, so they don't have to say executor twice. And just fill that in for now. Have it not do anything. So a mock executor has to have the same kind of thing. But we don't care about it actually doing anything, so we can just have it return an empty delegate. Actually, this has to do the same thing, doesn't it? Alright. And then this has to overwrite it the same way the other one overrode it. Because it's pure virtual, we have to overwrite it. Override. Okay. Build again? Do I have a good radio voice? Well, thank you. No one's ever really told me that specifically. I've been trying to work on my voice. It's been 140 something streams, 149 streams, so I've streamed for 566 hours, so I would hope that my voice is getting at least a little bit better. Creating an enum with its mangled name, trying to find it with its... Ooh, that sounds painful. Mangled names can be painful, right? Oh, I didn't look at that. Did it build it? It did not build it. Oh, that was the bug. Right, because there are now 2 unsubscribed delegates. Execution delegates, probably what I wanted, right? Yeah. Another error? Where is it this time? It's here. What did I do wrong here? Mock executor, that's why. We're passing the 3-hour mark. I'm still working on my voice. I start talking before I have a complete thought in my head, which is a bad habit. Some people will say or I probably do that too, but I'm trying to get rid of that. It's just different symptoms for speaking before you have a complete thought in your head. And I think slowing down and enunciating helps because it gives me more time to formulate what I'm saying. And I just have to get used to those pauses. People say and because they don't like the awkward pauses when they don't know what to say yet and they're thinking, and so that's silent. So just fill the silence with some kind of noise. I just need to get over that. Silences are okay. It gives everyone a chance to rest, right? While we form the next thing we're going to say, everyone else can rest while you're forming that and not hear the sound. Okay, so let me run my tests. I expected to fail, it did. In the make snapshot, because it didn't make any snapshots. You didn't make any snapshots, Executor. Okay. Actually, in addition to looking at the size, I should probably actually get the snapshots. Wouldn't that be interesting to see? So actually, I can expand it. Instead of just getting the size, I can actually just store the snapshots, right? Or no. You know what I can do? They'll just accumulate. So at the end, we'll just look at the snapshots. So expect equal. The snapshots are a vector of something. Vector JSON values, right? So standard vector of JSON values. Don't know yet. Will be what we see in snapshots. So this tests that the snapshots are made at the correct times, and this will test that the snapshots have the correct values in them. So what do I expect from this? There are going to be 6 commands total by the end, right? And they're all going to look pretty much the same because I'm doing the exact same thing. So it probably makes sense to make it once and then have it 6 times. So const auto, what are we going to call this? Actually, I can probably just pull this out and do it once, right? Let me think about this. No, I think I'll just do it manually. It's going to go to the real mod queue. This is not a real mod event content, is it? Let me look and see. What does the mod queue actually do if it's given that? Okay, technically it's what does the executor do when it gets that? Let me see. It's on add mod event. Looking at the right place? On add mod event. It's just going to call add at the mod queue. And it'll return an ID field. So those are serial numbers. Starting at 1, I believe. Yep, okay. So I really don't need to test that the mod... Okay, that's right. I don't need to test that the mod queue serializes a certain way. I can actually ask the mod queue what it should be serialized to. Yeah, that's all I'll do. So const auto expected snapshot, I guess? Oh, wait a minute. It's not going to be 6 of the same thing, is it? Unless I change something here. Oh no, each one is adding a new one. Okay, so each one's going to be different, so maybe 6 is too many. I could probably cut it off here, just to simplify my life. So that's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 new tickets. Each look the same. Okay, I can at least get what each new ticket looks like. So ticket serialization. So all we need to do is ask the ask the mod queue to serialize. Oh, hold on. It's gonna be different every time, and then it'll... Okay, I know what to do. After we... Okay, let me think about this. Right. After we publish the commit event, it'll actually make the change to the mod queue, so then we can ask the mod queue what it was serialized to. So mod queue serialization. Ask it to serialize itself again, and then that's what we can expect down here. So I can just form another vector in parallel. So expected mod queue serializations. And just push that, say do that, push back that other thing. And that just needs to be a JSON value. Okay. Oh, it's a vector. Okay, I know that that is only one entry, so I can just cheat and do that. Right. Okay, so what do I expect in each snapshot of JSON value? A JSON object of some kind, right? So the first one will be... Hold on, let me think about this. There's only 2 of them. So the first one will have 2 tickets in it. Okay, so that'll be index 2. All right, I'm just thinking ahead. Looking back at what Raft requires, I need the last included term. So where did I set the term? I did not set it at all. Let's set it. Journal entry term can be whatever I want. How about 8? Sounds good to me. Last term, 8. Last index. So here, it's going to be 2. because that first snapshot will be when we have 2 journal entries. And then I think what I'll just do is, like they imply here, I'll just tack on the serializations for every game object. So the game objects I have are configuration, players, tickets, and mail queue. So tickets is mod queue. So configuration will be whatever the configuration is. So I just ask it to serialize itself, because that doesn't change. And then players. Ask the players to serialize itself. And then let's call it tickets, because I'm trying to use that instead of mod queue going forward. So here it's expected mod queue serializations 2. Because it'll be the second one where it gets serialized. And then mail queue. Do I have a mail queue? Oh, I don't have a mail queue yet. Okay, let's add one. Mod queue, but I don't have mail queue. We need to add that anyway, so might as well, no better time than the present, right? Mail queue. Oops, that should have gone there, and that's not capitalized. Okay, mail queue serialize. All right, so that's the first snapshot I expect. The second snapshot will look a little bit different. Same term, but the index will be 4, right? And this will be the 4th serialization of the mod queue. Nothing else changed? Okay, why did it not like that? Who knows? Something in here is wrong. Looks okay to me. Is it this that's wrong? That's just a vector of JSON values, so that should be fine. I don't know. Let me build and see. Oh, it's these. So what's wrong with serialize? Oh, it's a vector. Oh, right. So yeah, that's right. There's 2 configurations, right? What did I call them in the executor? It's like current and next or something. Committed and provisional. Do I want to use the same words? There's also a backup. I'm probably not going to need the backup though, because that'll be in snapshots eventually. Externally, it's config and new config, or next config, right? How does the coordinator, or what does the coordinator call it? Actually, it's the config part of the coordinator. Configuration. It's cached configuration, cached next configuration. Oh, because this class calls them get next. Okay, so I think I know what I want to call it. So we'll call it, let's just shorten it, config, and then I can say next config. So it'll be the first element is the config, second element is next config. We'll just do it that way. And then players and mail only have one serialization that we care about. There we go. So it builds. And it crashed. Actually, I'm not surprised. Let's improve the test so it doesn't crash at least. All stack. Oh, yeah, continue. And there's the crash. Is it because there's 4? Oh, I was off by 1. We don't actually serialize it at the beginning, so that's 1 and that's 3. That's probably what it is. Cool. Doesn't crash anymore. It just, we don't get any snapshots out. So that's what the snapshots will look like. A stash of the configuration, the last index and term, whatever's in the mail queue at the time. That I didn't expect. I should probably fix that. I guess if there's no next config, we just don't include it. Yeah, so let's fix that. So that's, we won't expect that. And then there's no players, and then the ticket starts with 2 tickets. And then the next snapshot, we have 4 tickets. Okay. Sounds good to me. Let's make the test pass, shall we? So Executor needs to have its own thread. Because I don't want it to do it in the context of the journal, because it could take a while. So we're gonna have a thread. Which means I will what? I'll need to have a mutex. I already have a mutex. We already have, it's not only a normal mutex, it's a recursive one. And we already have a shared properties. That's nice. Okay, here's a good place I can add the subscription list for the snapshot subscribers. Journal snapshot events. Okay, let's define it. Where is that defined? Up there? Define the type of collection used to hold on to execution subscriptions. Snapshot subscriptions. Whenever journal snapshots are made. Snapshot delegate. Okay. So let me go through the logic where that's handled, and publish on execution. Right, so I'll have a similar thing for publish on snapshot. So let's just duplicate this. Publish on snapshot. Snapshot, current subscribers, release the lock and call it with the snapshot. So that's all of these. So it's const JSON value snapshot. Get rid of these and then just pass the snapshot to the delegate and we done. Just document it. This is the journal snapshot that was made. Okay, what's next? Subscribe to execution. Okay, so we're going to fill in the body here. And just paste it there. So we'll share the same serial numbers that the other subscriptions are using. So we just change this part of it. Snapshot subscribers on snapshot delegate. Return, and there's the unsubscribe, so that should work. When you're writing state machines, do you follow the rules like keeping case parts short for overview? I try to, but I'm not perfect at it. So like this state machine that I made the other day, I probably should come back and refactor it, but like these are fine, but this is not, because I have some extra junk in here to track whether or not elements are arrays or not, so I should probably refactor them out to functions. Ultimately, I think the best way to do it is to, instead of having a switch statement, you have a table of functions to call, and each function handles one case. So I just haven't done it here. How do you manage... Hold on a second. How do you manage to files variables named well? I don't. I try my best to name things well, but it's difficult for me to pick up good names. And it's okay to pick a name that's not good long term, because the tools these days make it easy to change names. So don't get hung up too much on picking the best name forever. Just pick a name that makes sense so you can change it later. All right, subscribing to snapshots is done. And okay, so all the machinery is set up to actually do the thing. Now I need to decide when to start and when to stop the threads. Hey there, Witzer. How's it going? So maybe I'll keep it simple, and maybe this impl, when it in its constructor and destructor, will start and stop the thread. That makes sense. Hardest part of programming is thinking of names. Yeah, that's one of the hardest parts of programming. The other hard part, I guess, would be to keep your code clean. That's really hard for me. So we're gonna have actually, if I have a destructor, that means I really should follow the whole life cycle thing. The rule of 5, right? Rule of 5 is this stuff. Life cycle methods. Do I want to say life cycle methods or just methods? I'll just say life cycle. Like that. And then this is impl everywhere. Okay. We're never copying the impl. Move can be defaulted. Because I really just needed the destructor here. So I don't document lifecycle methods, the rule of 5. I only really document everything else. So, although the default constructor really doesn't need documentation. That's the trying to be consistent with the just arbitrary rules I set for myself. This is the default constructor. Okay, so here's where I want to make a thread, right? So standard thread worker. So worker equals standard thread. See if I can get this just from my memory. I believe it is the address of impl worker, and then this is the argument we want to bind to it. So then I would just have worker. And then here I would do a worker join. But before we do that, we need to somehow signal it, so I will do so with a future. Let's put one in here. Future. Hey, they're playing with skizzers. Oh no, you've been here for a while. You've just been kind of silent. Or maybe you left and you came back. Why use VS Code, not just plain VS? That command hopefully explains it. For a long time, I didn't really have a nice IDE that I liked in Linux until VS Code came out, and I'm like, oh, cool, finally. That's mainly why. Okay, right, the thread. So, in addition to this thread, in the shared state of the thread, let's put a future here. Or really a promise, right? Promise. That doesn't need any value associated with, so stop worker, promise. This promise is set once the worker thread should stop. I used to use condition variables for this, but I'm more and more liking promises. So worker can just do this. It can, actually, before we join, we can say, set the value on it. Actually, that's in shared, right? set value. And then the worker, we can, just for now, we'll just have it block forever. So shared stop worker promise get future get. So that's all I really need to do to make sure it doesn't break. I'm sorry playing with scissors, but I haven't yet done anything with my emotes. I have that third slot, so I could add the new and then remove the old. But yeah, for the meantime, it would not have the right, it would be missing, and I just love my wave too much. If Twitch had a way to update an emote without deleting it, I'd have done it already. But your idea was to add the new one with the new name, then delete the old one, then add the new old one back with the new graphic, and then remove the new one. And then the intermediate, I'd have to have like wave temp or something for the name of the emote, right? All right, executor test, running that again. Okay, well, it didn't break anything else, so I think we're still fine. So now we just need to have this worker wake up once in a while and process the to make snapshots, right? Let's have it wake up on a different. Actually, I can use the same future, right? Or can I? Maybe it's periodic, so I can't use a promise. Okay, yeah, so I'm waiting on two different things, so it's kind of hard to do that with a promise. So I'm going to turn the promise into a condition variable. So go to that variable, and we're going to change it into a condition variable. And we'll call it wake worker. Condition variable. And then I'll have to have some kind of, so condition variable doesn't actually have state, so the state will be stop worker. And that's really what this goes to. This is set once the worker thread should stop, and then we'll say this is used to signal the worker thread to wake up. Okay, so down here, it's stop worker equals true. And because of the way condition variables aren't inherently thread safe, we're going to want to grab the mutex here. Where do I do that? Here, lock guard. Grab the mutex, set the flag. I don't need impl, because we already are impl. And then shared wake worker notify one, because there's only one guy going to be waiting on it. And that we need to do inside its own block, because we don't, this will block waiting for the worker thread. We can't do that while we're holding the lock. CMake makes 0 sense. I think it makes 1 sense, actually. Or how about 0.1 sense? If you take a look at a simple CMake, I think it makes a little bit more sense. So, for example, I like to point out, I like to use this for a good example. I think this CMake makes sense to me. The syntax is a little weird, and it's not colorized at all, so it's a little bit difficult to read, but this is saying we need 3.8 or above. I'm making a variable, so I don't have to say that symbol everywhere, although I don't really use it, do I? Anyway, this lists my header files, and lists my source files. This is telling it we want the build system to build a library, that static link, from those sources and headers. And this puts it into the libraries folder in our IDE. This sets our include directory, and this says we have unit tests in the subdirectory. So little things make sense. 0.1 sense. How about that? Can we agree on that? Very cumbersome for the programmer contributors. I think that if they're done well, then they're okay, because you only really modify it when you add source files. And how often do you do that? A lot maybe in the beginning, but once something becomes stable, you don't really touch the CMake list too much. Now, that said, if you make the CMake list wrong, I can see how it can become a real pain. That kind of shows up in my main CMake lists when I pull in other people's CMake files. If I have to do elaborate hoops here, then it's probably because they didn't write their test for their CMake very well. So these are okay. I'm pulling in other people's CMake lists, and they just, basically they have options, and I want to force them either on or off. That's the most I have to do. Okay, I had to do this garbage for zlib because they didn't set their include file and include folders up, so I helped them out by adding the zlib source directory as a as a dependency include directory. But yeah, I mean, everyone has a different experience. A lot of people hate CMake. I'm okay with it. You can generate your ILO bindings, but there's an issue. You need to manually check that, unfortunately. You're guessing there's an issue because you're seeing strange behavior, I'm guessing? I see. Yeah, some people hate PHP. Well, each one is deserved in a way, right? PHP used to be garbage, but apparently now it's good. I can't say one way or the other because I don't have any personal experience. I only go by what you and others say. CMake, I do have personal experience, and I know there are lots of good things and lots of bad things about it. People who are user about it. I think CMake also has some bad things. Like the syntax, I think, is awful. This way of this way of doing the syntax is just garbage, I think. It's like so overly minimal. Literally, it's just lists. There's no punctuation, there's no nesting, and it's really just command, argument, and argument is always a white space separated list, which, you know, white spaces to separate items in a list, that's just asking for trouble, I think. So that's bad, but I kind of turn a blind eye to it because I just get used to it. All right, I was in the middle of changing this, right? So the worker should not. So the worker, to return it around and do it this way, while not shared, stop worker. We'll say we have to get the mutex in a way where we can unlock it, and that form is unique lock instead of lock guard. So get the lock. While we're not told to stop, we can ask the wake worker to wait, and then we give it the lock and a predicate. So the lock is lock. The predicate is capturing shared. I guess we can capture this. That's the most convenient. And right now, the only condition we wait for is stop worker, right? Shared stop worker. Did I get that right? Something tells me this. The IntelliSense is telling me something's wrong. Is it because this is here? There's something I'm not seeing here. Oh, it's recursive, so... Wait a minute, it's a different... No, it's this line. Oh, because this has to be an any, right, to work with a recursive mutex. I remember that. That's one of those things you just have to know. Missed a semicolon. Indeed, I did miss a semicolon, didn't I? Right there. Forcing yourself to learn something new is good as long as you're happy. If the things you're learning new are things you want to know or motivate you, then that's great. More importantly, develop a project you have little practical experience. Yeah, that's like throwing yourself into the deep end of the pool. You will learn how to swim. It might be unpleasant, though. You use premake. Okay. I didn't even know about this thing. Is there a CMake static analyzer? Not that I know of. Oh, see ya, Crumpet. You left 3 minutes ago. Bye! Yeah, pick a small project and iterate on it. That's what I say. Okay, so the worker thread doesn't do anything right now other than be told when to stop, which is fine. Now we're going to change it to Every time it does wake up, it's going to check to see if it should make a snapshot. So how do I do that? The easiest way would be to just have a flag to tell it to make a snapshot, right? I should document this one. This object manages the lifetime of the executor's worker thread. Okay, let's just keep it simple. Make snapshot. This is set whenever enough journal entries have been committed to warrant the creation of a new snapshot and cleared once the worker thread has finished creating the snapshot. Sound good, right? So where am I? I am lost. So when does it warrant making a new snapshot? That means we need to know when this last snapshot was made. So let's have index last snapshot. Initialize it to 0 because there aren't any at the beginning. This is the log index. This is the last log index stored in the previous snapshot. And then what else do I need? I don't need anything else, right? So it's whenever a command is committed, right? After it's executed, we'll say if not shared make snapshot. Where is this? Instant impl? Impl? Well, where am I? I'm already in the shared structure, that's what it is. So it's not make snapshot. Am I using precompiled headers? No. There was a discussion about it in a Discord a while back. So usually you want to make precompiled headers if your header files are large. The ones I include are not that large. So, okay, see ya, Crumpet. Bye. You're actually off? You stop at build system generators. Premake can generate CMake files? No, we were saying premake is an alternative to CMake. Oh, no, Witzer says premake can generate CMake files. Well, that's not too surprising because these systems really are concerned with the same kind of information, right? So generating one from another would just be like translating languages. Not too hard to do. 70,000 lines is transformed to 90,000 lines. I have no idea if that's good or bad. MS Build, that's for Microsoft only. The reason I use CMake is I like to go cross-platform. So I don't have to show anything. I can just say that CMake has build generators for almost every operating system out there. So that's why I use it. I like to be mobile between Windows, Linux, and Mac OS are the three that I like to be capable to work on. Not make snapshot. So basically, if we're already making a snapshot, don't make another. If not make snapshot and it's time to make a new one. So that would be index is greater than or equal to index last snapshot plus whatever we're configured to do. So let's cache that. So it'll be, let's just cache the value that I called snapshot interval. So if that's true, we're going to ask the worker thread to make a snapshot. So we do this, make snapshot and wake worker notify 1. I need to record that. Let's put it, I can put it anywhere here, right? Yeah, let's just put it here. This is the number of log entries to record before making a new snapshot. Yeah, so CMake is not a build system. CMake is a meta build system. You run CMake to make your build system. So with CMake, you can have it make an MS build system, or GNU Make, or Xcode, or Ninja, or anything it supports. So I'm guessing Premake is the same thing. AutoConf was the same way as well. Like you'd run AutoConf or configure, and then that would give you a GNU Make file. It's been around. The concepts have been around forever, or as long as computers have been made, right? Because people don't like handwriting GNU Make files. The larger and larger their system gets, they want to have something that generates it for them. So the longest time in GNU, you'd use AutoConf and AutoMake to do that. You feel like you should stop putting everything in main? Yeah, that if you're having that feeling, that then your program is growing to the point where you want to start breaking it up into pieces, and your main should just be your integration layer, pulls your pieces in and connects them. All right, make snapshot. Okay. So it's this flag we want the worker to deal with now. So basically, if shared make snapshot, at this point, the process can be lengthy. So what we'll do is say lock, unlock, and when we're done, we'll lock again. And then meanwhile, we'll make a snapshot. That's a separate method. I have to be very careful though. It needs to have everything that is protected by the mutex before we unlock it. I guess what are we doing to make a snapshot? We're just going to the various components of the system and like picking things out of them, right? Oh no, we'll need to know up to what point to stop. So const auto snapshot end. And we'll use the current index, right? So where do we store that? I don't think I stored it all. I think we can just get it from the journal. So that's shared journal get size. Yeah. Pass that in. So it's important to do that before we unlock, because otherwise we'll end up collecting more in the snapshot than we intended. And what we might be actually it might be okay. We'll just be overly cautious. So at the end we'll clear the flag to mark that we're done, right? And we should also publish. So let's get the snapshot out. So that's JSON value. Const auto snapshot equals. And we're going to want to do our callbacks. Which is where I made that a little, right? This, where is it? Wherever this is called or used. Publish. Publish on snapshot. So we give it the snapshot and we give it the lock and we're done. All right, so now it's reduced to making a snapshot. Let's document this. Perform work that is either, well, actually, perform work in the background that may be time consuming and would otherwise cause performance bottlenecks. Okay, that's what worker does. What are some alternatives to main.cpp? Entry point, top. Those are two that come to my mind. Make snapshot. I gotta be conscious of the time because I have another hard stop today. I need to stop by 2:30, so I have like 15 minutes. All right, 15 minutes. Probably I'll just try to get this basic snapshotting working, and then I'll continue tomorrow. Okay, so create a new snapshot of the game state from the previous. Actually, we don't need the previous state. We just use the current game objects. Actually, the current game objects have everything. Oh no, that's right. I did this for a reason. I was going to have 2 journals, and then 2. The executor is going to be cloning things. Here we go. On startup, executor should clone each object for use in producing snapshots. So then when we execute them, we execute them on the clone too. So creating a snapshot of the game from the current game objects in the what are we going to call it? Current snapshot game objects. Actually, let's not use the same word twice. Create a new snapshot of the game state from the current. Let's not use the word current either. Create a new snapshot of the game state from the game objects copied. Game object copies used to make new snapshots. That's as best as I can come up with right now. And snapshot end. This is the log index of the last. This is the index of the last log entry to that affects the that was applied to the game objects. Game object oops, I didn't mean to wrap that. This is the index of the last log entry that was applied to the game object copies used to make new snapshots. And then what does it return? New snapshot is returned. Today's a bad day to be working remotely. You rage quit because you couldn't figure out what's wrong with your SQL query. Well, you didn't rage quit. You're just taking a break, right? You should always take a break when you get frustrated. Come back to it fresh and from a slightly different angle. You probably get past it, right? Thanks for the follow, Creditworthy. I hope you are what your name says, Creditworthy. You rage quit as in you're not going back to that problem ever again? I'm sorry. If you were working in the office, you would leave the problem there, but at home you can't leave the... Well, but when you work from home, isn't your office, so to speak, just an area of your house? You can step out of your office area, do something else for a while, then go back. It's kind of like the same thing as leaving work and then coming back. Unless you made the mistake of making your office area also your leisure area. Your house isn't big enough. Oops. I'm sorry, playing with skizzers. Okay, to make this actually work for real, I do need to have copies, but for now I'm just going to fake it. Because I can, and I can get away with it. I'll make tests later that guard against this. Yeah. So right now, what snapshot will do is just query the current, yeah, it's just going to be querying the current objects. Actually, I can steal from the unit test, right? I can just do this. So the last term is the term in the last index. So I can just say journal, or is it shared? Journal index snapshot end dot term. And this is snapshot end. And shared goes in front of all of these, right? I don't have a mail queue yet. I need to fix that. This one will be mod queue, serialize, first one, and then semicolon. I don't have a mail queue. I need to fix that. Okay, let's fix the mail queue next, right? Because that's all I need to do now. Hold on. There's one more thing, right? I had another variable in there. Where was it? Index last snapshot. Index last snapshot. I need to update that at some point. Oh, I guess I do it here, right? I can do it anywhere here, so I can just say that equals the snapshot end. Okay. Let's solve the mail queue issue. Mod queue. Hold on. This includes its own header. So its own header should include mod. Okay, so include mail queue as well. So where we have mod queue, we'll add a mail queue. So another parameter. Okay, that I know I have copied under coordinator. I can just copy that. This is the object which holds all mail to be sent to players, yes. In fact, I can copy this pointer as well. I'll put it in the same order as the coordinator. I think eventually I'm going to group these together and call it game objects. Because as I add more and more, it becomes ridiculous to have them separate parameters. So it's probably going to be either a shared pointer to one structure that has all game objects, or a structure that has shared pointers to all the game objects, something like that. Mod queue. That's all I need to do there in the header. And here, we'll place it here, mail. Copy from the header. This documentation. Let's just abbreviate this. This holds all mail sent to the player. Okay. I see a problem with the mail queue right now. Well, not right now. It'll be a future problem. Right now, all of the executor is actually the one making the changes to the game objects, but that's not the case for the mail queue. The mail queue is being updated directly by the coordinator. That becomes a problem because we can't snapshot it correctly. Let me make a note for myself so I don't forget that. Currently, coordinator modifies the mail queue directly rather than letting the executor do this. It's fine it's fine for now, but in the near future it will break snapshots, as the snapshots actually they won't actually store the mails at all, because we're going to be using a cloned game state object to hold snapshots. Am I in the correct day? I think I am. Yeah, 149. Wow, that means tomorrow's going to be stream 150. Okay. Destructors are not allowed to throw, so you should rename them no except. They can throw, right? No, they can't throw. According to CPP reference, unique pointer set. Okay, those new constraint things I'm not quite familiar with. Satisfies the requirements of move and move assignable. Oh, what that's just saying is you can't make a copy of a unique pointer. So that's why I don't bother even implementing the copy stuff like this. I always delete them because I'm always using the executor through either a unique pointer or a shared pointer, so I never actually need to make a copy. I do want to support move, and I usually just default those. So it's the opposite. You do not need to supply them with copy constructors. You just need to support move construction. If you want to make something copyable and that uses a unique pointer, then yeah, you need to handle that. Otherwise, you'll get an error that says it can't be copied because you can't copy a unique pointer. So you have to implement the copy semantics yourself. So do I have an example of that? Actually, I think I usually just wimp out. You know what I do? I will just change that to a shared pointer because shared pointers are copyable. The side effect is that when you make a copy of the outer thing, each copy will point to will end up sharing the same thing. Now, if you don't want them to share it, yeah, you have to do a deep copy. There's no way around it. If you're handling things through pointer and you want to make a copy of the thing holding the pointer, and if you want deep copy semantics, you got to do the deep copy yourself. Even if you're just using C with normal raw pointers, it's the same problem. I feel like I've been ranting too much today. Where was I? See, I know I'm ranting too much if I lose my place. All right, I was everywhere mod queue was. I was adding a mail queue. Right. Okay. Now I'm back on track. So here in this mobilize, I added the mail queue, and we're just going to store it, just to satisfy the requirement that we can make snapshots with mail inside. You already have it. Okay. So So there are many places where this is called. So I'll let the compiler errors guide me. Oh, you got close there. It's extensions. There you go. All right. So this is the test. So that means I need a mail queue. In with the mod queue. I think I have a mail queue. Yeah, that was already there. Okay, so that one's done. And this also needs a mail queue. You're welcome. Okay, so this is the main program, mail queue. We already have one, so we're sharing the mail queue between the executor and the coordinator now. I mean, that means I should probably update my diagram to show mail queue. Wait a minute, what didn't return the value? How come it doesn't, F8 doesn't work here? Huh. Oh well, I'll have to find it myself. The old-fashioned way. Go to line 1148. It must return a value. Exactly. Let's return it. Cool. Let's debug. It crashes. Wonderful. Oh, really? It's a crash and subscribe? Why would it crash there? Let's see. Oh, we're making a snapshot for some reason. Why are we making a snapshot? Oh, the default is to make snapshots a lot. Okay, this is interfering with some other test, I believe. Oh, is the journal doesn't actually have that many entries? Oh, wait. It's 0 based. Okay, so Why did I make it 0 based here? It's 1 based everywhere else. Okay, I can fix it. So this should be this -1. That might be a bug. So investigate why actually that's not the right. Oop, where am I? Where'd I go? Okay. Oh, it's the test framework. So the real journal, let's see what it does. When the real journal's operator is called, it does do a 1 based thing. Okay, so is this, it's a bug in the test framework then. This doesn't do that. Okay, so let's fix it now. I don't need to investigate it. It's a problem. That's the real journal. Yeah, that should be -1. Maybe nothing in that test, in the executor test, ever needed that to work before. Possible. Okay, we're back on track. This is still wrong because why? Oh, because we don't have, that actually should have worked. It's still not making snapshots correctly for some reason. Okay, see ya, Jalmega. Yeah, I'm almost done too. I need to, oh, I just reached my hard stop point. Well, can I just get this bug fixed first? I want to see if it's actually making a snapshot. Let's see if it gets to this point here, ever. It does not. No, it does. It just takes it a while. Oh, the wait for it doesn't work. I didn't implement that. That's why. I just left it as an empty implementation, didn't I? So that was wait for, so yeah, it's empty. So I'm going to just copy it from what I did in the coordinator. That was around here somewhere. Here it is. So I have a dynamically created promise that we, in the worker thread we use to, basically we let the worker thread runs at least 1 loop, possibly more than 1 loop before it sets that promise. Okay, so I need that. Just copy from one place to another. Where would that be? Here? Yeah. And we're going to put that in the executor shared. So put it near here, I guess. So for promise, I need future. So there's the promise. And let's see what how the worker thread does it. That would be in the impl, right? Wait a minute. What's this thing then? Oh, I use it in the worker thread. Why did it do that? Oh, to grab the lock temporarily. Okay. That's fine. We're all okay. The worker thread in the executor actually holds its own mutex the whole time. Not the whole time, but yeah. So yeah, at the top of the loop, we check if it's not null, right? Okay, so that I can do in this worker. Worker capitalize there, and do it here. So that logic is just this. Shared. So if the promise is not null, then basically when we get to the end, we need to signal it. So that is this stuff here. And then there's one extra thing. If we get to the end, we need to do the same thing. We need to do one more check at the end here. And shared goes in front of these, all of these. And this is safe to do because we're holding the mutex the whole time. Here, how is this made safe? I think it was made safe by the fact that this is only set where? Where's it actually set? Oh, it's set in here. This one. It's only set once. Yeah, it's not called a second time, so that should be fine. That should work, right? Nope. Not a member. Oh, because it is not in that, it's in shared. So there and there is shared. Okay, let's try that. Uh-oh. It's stuck. Let's run in the debugger, see where it gets us to. So it's stuck, and I hit break, and we can see where it is. It's waiting here. So the worker thread never ran? Find the worker thread. One of these guys. Unless it stopped. No, this is it right here. It's waiting for the signal. Did I never set the signal? Oh, this is waiting for only one flag. That's the problem. It's now we're waiting for more than one thing, right? Or shared make snapshot. There we go. Nope, still infinite loop. Oh, I think I might know why that is. The tests had to wait when we don't need to wait. Right, so that is actually going to block forever sometimes. I can have a timeout here. I guess it's not too expensive. So for a timeout, which argument's a timeout? I forget. It's the second one. So we're going to just make it a pretty long one. So standard chrono milliseconds 100. So it slows down the test a little bit. It shouldn't have any noticeable effect on the real code. That didn't slow it down too much. Half a second. Still fails though. Actually, we got snapshots out, but they just don't match. So the snapshots are... Oh, it made too many snapshots. It made a snapshot every single period. Okay, so I don't have the period thing down right. Oh, that's right. I made the variable, I never assigned it. I called it something like this, right? Snapshot interval. Your program didn't crash, you'd forgotten to call delete, so the memory wasn't deleted twice. Eh? Oh, you were thinking it should crash because you had thought you had deleted it twice, but you hadn't? Okay, yeah, see, I made that variable and assigned it to 0, but never actually initialized it. I want to initialize it whenever the configuration is set, actually. So that's on configuration, on change configuration. This is where I want to do it. So we basically just want to cache stuff right here. So that that the variable? Yes, that equals configuration. That with a capitalized. Oh, that's right. I got to do get. Actually, why don't I just look at it directly? There we go. Still failing. I feel like I'm almost there, though. Okay, maybe this didn't get set right. Let me... Oh, interesting. It never actually set the configuration. Oh, because there's an initial configuration. Okay. So where this is set is probably more than one place. Yeah, on load. Okay. So on load we need to do it as well. So I should probably do this in a helper, right? In case there's more things. So let's say on configuration set, we'll just pass it in. And then this is what that function will do. You can put it anywhere here, right? Let's put it here. And we'll pass the raw configuration. Actually, I don't want it to mask, so this is gonna mask something. Oh no, it doesn't. We're fine. We are fine. It's all fine here now. Thank you. How are you? So let's say perform any necessary updates when the game configuration is changed, or is loaded or changed. This is the game configuration that was loaded or set, loaded or changed. This is the current game configuration. Sounds good to me. So just do this. Oh, I already did it there. Okay, so there's only one more place I need to do it. It's when it's loaded, right here. So that's just that. Still failing? Come on. You're killing me here. It's still not setting it right. Is this never getting called? It is getting called. And it's 0. Did I not initialize it right? No, hold on. Oh, why did I do that? Why did I do it that way? I'm just dumb. Actually, it should, when it mobilizes, it should load it, right? Oh no, but it's going to read it from disk. Okay, setup. This does, I need to do that again. Okay, well, we can do that. That's fine. Yeah, the executor gets its configuration from disk, not from, yeah. Not from this object. Doesn't matter what that object had. So I need to do this. Settings. It doesn't matter if what I set it to. Doesn't matter at all. One thing after another. Oh, but look, I got green. Green means I can go check it in and go eat. I need to get to a good stopping point. For me, a good stopping point is my test starts to pass. This is really just work in progress, though. So we added basic snapshotting. It's very crude. It's it doesn't actually have. It's not doing it safely. It only works in the test environment because while the snapshot's being made, we're not making other game changes. So I'm going to call this a work in progress. Yeah. So work in progress. Adding game snapshots. Thanks for the follow, just in time for tea. Add, what are we saying here? Add a worker thread to Executor that makes game state snapshots. The snapshots are currently assembled from the same game objects used elsewhere in the server. So it's not safe outside the test environment. That's just to remind, if I look at my commit, it'll remind me what I need to do next. I had you at unit test, great. Well, you're in luck. If you haven't been here before, here's something for you to look at. Because I get asked this a lot, like what is test-driven development? How do you set this stuff up? I made a half-an-hour video showing from nothing from Visual Studio Code and the extensions you need, like C, C++, and for me, it's CMake. You need to have some kind of build system with tools, but once you have that, I use Google Test and I set up test-driven development, how it's described in that video. So basically set up a test fixture, break up your logic into individual test cases, and write the test first and then write the code. So I'm glad you love TDD. I am okay with it. I have a love-hate relationship with it. So far, it's been a lot of investment, but I am realizing the reward in that I can make changes during refactoring, and the test gives me a confidence that I'm not breaking anything. Thanks for the follow, David Borland. Yeah, I have a lot of tests now. So many that the game takes 18 seconds to test, and I'm thinking about breaking this up into separate fixtures. Wow, it's the follow train. Thanks for the follow, Wootness and 8 Garless. Software engineer by trade, so am I. Thanks for the follow, Precious Roy. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I gotta go, guys. I have to go pick up kids from school. Is deep copying really as simple as heap allocating the pointer? No. Deep copying is once you've allocated the memory for the object, you have to tell that object to go copy from somewhere else. So you could have nested structures. So it's a little bit more complicated than just allocating the memory. Wow, a lot of follows there at the end. I wonder if we got hosted by someone. I just didn't see it. Anyway, for those that may have just joined in late, I'm going to wrap things up, but first I'll give a few links. So what I'm trying to assemble, and I'm almost ready to start the actual game dev. It's going to be a multiplayer game. It's going to be retro 2D pixel art, kind of like Ultima 5, a really old game, but it has art that I can maybe not get too challenged to make. And there are a lot of specific hooks to make my game stand out, and one of them is I'm tying the game heavily to my Twitch stream. So right now, I'm still building up the servers to actually host a game. I want to get it to the point where there's enough that I can actually launch the servers with no game yet, and then develop the game live on stream so that people in my channel can actually log into the game and play what's there and see things getting created in real time. So the goal right now is to get that going in April. So there's a few last minute things. I've been working on this since like October or something. A few last minute things, and I'm working on this journal compacting right now and snapshotting. I need to add some S3 stuff, some admin stuff, some legal stuff, and then we'll be ready to go. So like in April, you'll be able to log into the game. There won't be anything there. I can show you what the game does right now. I have to actually run the back end, and then we'll start the front end, and I'll show you how there's basically nothing there yet, and we'll build a game from nothing. npm start that front end. You figured it out. What'd you figure out? You just allocated the memory and it works? Well, if your object is just built-in types like int, yeah, it'll work. Oh, well, thank you, just in time. Double follow? I'll consider your follow a double follow. Thank you very much. Hold on. I want to show what the game is right now, just to reinforce the fact that there's nothing there, and that once everything is set up and everyone else can log in, then we're going to make a game out of it. This is taking an extraordinarily long time to run, though, for some reason. Oh, thank you, Witzer. I wonder why this is taking so long. Oh, there it goes. I like to show it in Chrome. Localhost 3000. Let's turn dark mode on. It's still starting up. Bear with me, folks. ORM solve a problem by introducing hundreds of new problems. Exactly. That's what the point of an object relational model is, to create more problems. Wow. I wonder if something's going on my computer that's making it really slow. It just knows that I'm trying to do something fast. Okay, there we go. So all you can really do right now is register for an account and log in. Correct battery horse staple is my password right now. You can log in, and yay, we're logged in. I could show you my test email address if I wanted. I could change my email address, or I could log out, and I can see what tickets are open in the game. I have a new player ticket for my name. I have a built-in moderation system with tickets and stuff like that. So a mod can come in here and say, yeah, your name is okay. I approve that. Go ahead and have fun. Or the ticket might say, your name is not appropriate. Please change it, etc., etc. That's all I have so far. So instead of yay, we're logged in, what I hope to have is showing a game field with your view of the game and controls, and we'll have fun with that. To understand how to use the browser and C++ at the same time, the back end of the game is running pretty much headless. It's got a diagnostic log here, but its only real interface to the world is through sockets. The front end of the game is all in React, and we can see under the network tab when I have, actually, I needed to have run that before I logged in. So let me log out and then log in again. Log in, and we'll see it actually connects to the backend through a WebSocket. Oh, I typed the password in wrong. I typed correct batter horse staple. So all communication between the front end, which is in the browser, and the backend, which is on the server somewhere in C++, is through WebSocket connections, which are upgraded HTTP requests. It's a WSS instead of an HTTPS. It's still encrypted, but it's upgraded. We switched protocols from HTTP to WebSocket, and it's a two-way communication. So here's the client sending in its login credentials, and here's the server saying, nope, bad password. Correct battery horse staple. Let's see if I get it right this time. That opens another WebSocket, and we're logged in. It says we're logged in. Here's our login token. When I fetch my profile and tickets, it responds back, here's your profile, here are your tickets. I really like JSON and I like Chrome debugging tools because with WebSockets, you can see every message like parsed out for you, so it's really convenient. Basically, the back service, yeah, you got it right, Fargo. Client is in React right now. I'm going to make the graphics Pixie.js, so there'll be a canvas somewhere in here with the graphics. But then I'm using React just because it's something I was learning on how to make JavaScript apps pretty quickly. Yeah, it's all WebSockets. So WebSocket is an upgraded web connection, HTTP. React has networking support. Well, JavaScript has networking support built in. So let me show you the front end really quick. I really have to go, but I'm stretching things. I don't actually have to leave for another 8 minutes, but show you the front end. Player, console, source, app. Thanks for the follow, Achuri. So it is new WebSocket. So the network support is WebSocket, which if you Google search it, it's just built into JavaScript nowadays. Pretty much every browser has it. And you register callbacks or delegates or listeners. They're all called the same thing. Or they're called that by different names, but if you're successfully connected, you get the open event, and whenever you receive a text message, it's the message event. So it's pretty simple. For on message received, I just assume the message is in JSON, so I can parse it, and then I have a table of handlers. So if we get the login status, it'll end up calling the onLogin function, and then we can pick apart like the status from the message. And I log it and I do different things. And here's where the React stuff comes in, where we have the state. And that affects how we render. Basically, that's how I'm rendering the main app. I don't want to show the whole thing because it's really messy right now. But you the React stuff is building the HTML and holding on to additional state so that it can re-render when things change. And the networking is kind of separate from that. It's just built into JavaScript. You can do that in your own JavaScript and make connections to servers. You just need to have a server that's waiting for your connection. So you can find lots of stuff online if you just search for WebSockets. There's like a Echo server you can play with that's out there. Yeah, anything else that I forget to address so far? Magic, yes. The debug. Do the debug tools have a dark theme? I would love to have a dark theme for that. I don't know how to enable it. Maybe someone knows it and can tell me. Yeah. Okay. I think I answered every question. I really have to go though. So with the little time I have remaining, let me just say that I update my notes, which are public, and I make a plan for every day. I usually set it the night before, so there'll be a plan for 1:50 for tomorrow. And my schedule is 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, so that's UTC -7. So that's 1700 hours UTC. I should be back tomorrow. And in the meantime, I have a Discord. If you want to chat there, or if you have any questions, then you can post there. I'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, let's raid someone. What command are you looking for playing with Skizzers? Oh, thanks, Witzer. Okay, who shall we raid? How about do we raid, how come it's not showing me the names? Did they change the layout in Twitch? Okay, let's raid Steampunk Programmer. He's working on art today. Pixel art for a Towervania game? I'm not sure. We'll go raid Steampunk Programmer. He was in Adam C. Eunice's channel last night, and so I see him streaming now. We can go raid him. Oh, the dark web tools. Dark web tools. I'll have to look that up. Anyway, I gotta run. I'm gonna set up this raid right now. Here we go. Have fun watching Steampunk Programmer. He's an interesting guy. I'm not sure what he's working on, but it looks like pixel art. In the meantime, see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.